Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome back to live coverage of this year's Grenke Chess Festival, the brilliant and unique new format that is being played here in Karlsruhe, where we've got two tournaments being played alongside each other. One is classical chess and one is Fischer Random Chess 960, and some of the biggest names in the world are here battling it out for big prizes, points, and a chance to really, put their name on the map. This is one of those tournaments where if you are, let's say, not an elite player, but you're a strong player, this is your chance to really make a career-changing result. And with me, of course, as always, is Peter Lecko, one of the world's greatest ever players and a fantastic fantastic human, really. Not just a chess player, you're a fantastic human, Peter.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you are. And a great co-host. And, we've just finished round 4 in the tournament, so we are officially at the halfway stage. And, Peter, it looks as though, the field is kind of thinning out towards the very top, but we are far from knowing who's going to win this tournament.
Absolutely. And there we see the results of round 4. We have 4 winners who are having a 100% score. That's Magnus Carlsen, Leon Mendonca, Viktor Mikhalevski, and Alexei Sarana. They are all 100% on 4 out of 4. And then we have like 16 players with 3.5 out of 4. That just shows how packed the field is.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the players that are on 4 out of 4. Well, Magnus Carlsen, he probably had one of his easier games against Etienne. Somehow Etienne looked like he didn't navigate the tactics very well at some point in that game, and Magnus won. But obviously a huge result on board 2. Your countryman, Richard Rapport, bad result for him.
Yeah, completely crazy because he had a dominant position. It was like a plus-minus position, and then all of a sudden, when I came back to analyze the position, to look at what happened, then suddenly Mendonca was already completely winning and delivered a checkmate, a brilliant checkmate at the end of which was very spectacular. But for all the Richard Rapport fans, of course, a huge cold shower. And the story, Viktor Mikhalevski, I think you worded like a seasoned grandmaster. That's how I remember. Yes, he's a very experienced player. Normally, I think about him, he's a knight f3 g3 type of player. You have always the fianchetto bishop on g2. Well, there is no fianchetto here, but he's 4 out of 4. So just goes on to show that he's a brilliant player.
Absolutely, and he beat Jordan van Forest, very, very strong Dutch young sensation. In fact, it was a very bad round for the Dutch because Jan Smeets, his countryman, also lost against Sarana. So two of the bright young, well, I say young, Jan, not really considered young anymore, but sort of the bright Dutch stars taking a big hit. Now, they're not out of the tournament because theoretically 8 out of 9 might win it, 7.5 might win it. It's not completely clear. And there's another chap who might win it.
Exactly.
And we've got Mr. Hans Niemann in the picture there.
And it's Vladimir Kramnik with him.
It is Vladimir Kramnik with him.
It is Big Vlad.
Big Vladdy.
What a team.
I mean, if you could you put together a more controversial team? You probably couldn't, right?
Exactly.
You couldn't dream it up. They're very suited to each other in that sense. And what's interesting, of course, is Kramnik is here as the confidant of Hans Niemann, and they're sharing a space. It's quite funny because the tension there must be really palpable. And there you can see Mr. Carlsen and his newly found wife? New wife. She's not a new wife. He's never had an old wife. You get what I'm trying to say. Newlyweds. They're newlyweds still. They got married about...
in the beginning of January, I think.
Was it as long ago as that?
Yes.
Oh, right.
It
So
was.
it's been a few months, is it? There you go. And she's great, Ella. She has been accompanying Magnus now. Actually, it was in Weissenhaus last year.
Exactly.
That was the first time that I met her. And I think that was the first time that she made a kind of public appearance with Magnus at a tournament. Look at these two. Two very strong grandmasters and having a good laugh and a joke. Maybe they are good for each other.
Yeah,
Who
could
knows?
easily be. Okay, Big Vlad Kramnik is amazing. We played the World Championship match in 2004 together in Brissago. What a match it was. With a fantastic 14th game victory, he managed to beat me and keep the title. The end was 7-7 of our match, and basically after that we became very good friends with very big mutual respect and everything. So whenever I look at Vlad, I remember all those games from Brissago. And many more, like 20 years we were fighting against each other.
Unbelievable. Big Vlad, yes. And he is, a lot of people are asking, well, why is he teaming up with Hans Niemann? Well, for anybody who hasn't been following, Vlad himself has been a bit of a controversial figure in the world of chess recently because he's been very outspoken about what he believes is rampant cheating in the world of chess, both online and over the board. And I will say this, as somebody who's completely neutral to this situation, I don't work for any company in chess anymore. I haven't got an allegiance to any company, so I will say this. I think some of his points can be debated and argued. I think that perhaps he loses the way a little bit on some things, but I think it's absolutely clear that chess still has got a cheating problem, especially in the online formats, and more solutions are required. The extent of the cheating, however, is something that I think is not so clear, and I think that's where maybe Vlad perhaps goes a little overboard. He's got his own methods of trying to prove who and why and where all of this is happening. So I think, to be the diplomat on all of this, more solutions are required, more discussions are required about how to safeguard these tournaments and playing both online and in person. Of course, there's still, we often hear incidents.
Well, actually, we had Danny Ranch on our studio in Paris.
Yes.
With Judith, and Judith addressed the question to Danny directly, and he gave a very good answer. He was saying that how seriously they are taking things, and they are making big steps. So I feel like we are moving in the right direction. I also perfectly agree. Whenever I look at Vlad, I know his incredible chess knowledge. And basically by teaming up with Hans Niemann, I'm pretty sure that Hans benefits so much because this wisdom, the way of how Kramnik looks at chess, that every single detail matter, every move order matter, every knowledge matters. You have to know every single opening very well in order to, try to become the best in the business. It's just fantastic knowledge there behind Vladimir Kramnik.
Absolutely. There's no doubting that Vladimir Kramnik has been one of the most impressive and dominant players of the modern era. He, of course, beat Kasparov in 2000. He was already, of course, seen as a potential pretender to the crown before beating Kasparov years ago when he made that famous appearance at the, 94 Olympiad, I think it was, where he... 92,
already in Manila, 8.5 out of 9.
There you go.
Exactly.
In 1992.
But I met Vladimir Kramnik in 98. No, sorry, what I'm saying, in 89 in Puerto Rico when I played under 10, he played under 14, and Topalov was there as well, and his rating was 2470 already at that moment, so absolutely sensational. And ever since I have him on my radar, I just barely got my rating, I haven't got my rating yet. So Kramnik was always huge. It was also very nice to see Hans Niemann, Vladimir Kramnik talking to the organizer of the freestyle chess event, Sebastian Siebrecht. So I think that was a very good conversation. I'm always happy if there is a dialogue to sort things out, because we still don't know exactly why Hans did not play in Paris. That was a very late kind of, how do you call it? He just...
Withdrawal,
exactly. He just withdrew from the tournament like almost 24 hours before. There's also, we have to say one very important thing, that we are reaching from round 4 to round 5. Lawrence, can you take it away? Why is it so special here at Grenke?
Absolutely. So one of the major features of this tournament, the new playing format, is that if you were playing the classical chess portion, so the Grenke Open, and many top grandmasters were Alexei Shirov, Nikita Vichikov, Awanda Liang, and so on. So lots of very, very strong players playing the Grenke Open. It is a 9-round Swiss, like it's always been. However, you have the opportunity to switch over to the Freestyle Open, which is where Carlsen, Caruana, and Nepomniachtchi are all playing. So you can, and you take your points over from the Grenke Open. Now, the only and very important very, very important clause in all of this is that if you do switch over to the Freestyle Open, you cannot win a cash prize. So if you're a professional chess player and you depend on prize money, which a lot of players playing do, because not everybody gets a guarantee in conditions, then that probably isn't an attractive option for you financially. That being said, a lot of players feel like they would love the opportunity to play against some of the world's best players. And maybe they thought, well, if I play the classical chess open, I get to 3.5 out of 4 or 3 out of 4, then I'm going to be able to be paired with one of these super grandmasters from freestyle. I'm not here for the money. I'm here for the love of the game. And that's what I expect we will see. I'm going to be very curious to see exactly how many players migrated over from the Grenke Open to the Freestyle Open. And the reason for the delay, and I can just imagine the guys in chat furiously typing away, where are the games? Why haven't they started? Well, it's because we've got all of these late migrants. Probably not a great word to use given the current political climate, but they are migrating from the classical tournament to the freestyle tournament, and there's just a little bit of organizing to be done. So you can see the hall is getting packed out. We will have the pairings soon, but for the moment, the situation is very clear, right? Carlsen, Sarana, Mendonca, and Victor Mikhalevski. I tell you this, you would have got a very good price on Victor being on 4 out of 4 after 4 rounds. He would have been a 500 to 1 shot to get to 4 out of 4 because
absolutely,
you know, there's just, you know, he's played a number of extremely strong grandmasters already, but he's a class player. I don't know him personally, but I've always been a fan of his theoretical work. And for me, I mean, Luke Mendonca, great player. Great to see Sarana up there. Of course, we've got Carlsen. I'm very curious about the pack just below the guys on 4 out of 4, because as you said, Peter,
exactly,
there are 16 players.
Yeah, let me try to name all of them.
Okay.
So it starts with Badur Jobava,
wow,
Yuyanji, Rauf Mamedov, Juraj Druska, Rasmus Svane, Matthias Blubaum, Vincent Keymer, Parham Maxtodlu, Aryan Chopra, Amin Tabatabey, Daniel Darda, Yavohir Sindarov, Dimitri Kolars, Hans Niemann, Frederick Svane, and Pranesh. That's the list. That's the top 20 so far. And then on 3 points, we have names like Grishuk, Navara, Robson, Dominguez, Caruana, Nyepo, Bakro, Vachier-Lagrave, and we can go on forever with Nils Grandilo, Sergei Movsesyan, and so on. Just insane. What a tournament it is.
Yeah. Unbelievable strength in depth. And if you're on 3 out of 4 in the freestyle, you're not out of it. And remember the prizes they're playing for. Let's bring up the prize list so that everybody can see again what these guys are playing for, because it is exceptional. 60,000 euro for first place, plus the ticket to Las Vegas. And as Peter remarked at the beginning of the tournament, it's not just, you don't just have to win potentially first place, because it's possible that you can finish 3rd or 4th, and some of the guys have already qualified for Las Vegas. But we will talk a bit more about that in a little while. Fantastic prizes. Before we do anything, though, I think what we should do is watch a video on exactly why players love coming to Karlsruhe and playing in the Grenke Chess Festival. Let's check it out.
What do you love the most about this event?
The many spectators and the whole atmosphere is amazing.
I am glad that one can play a real freestyle chess tournament with so many strong participants here, and that there is enough time that it's not blitz. That's the main thing, basically.
It's so big and you have so much potential to show your strengths and just meet a lot of people and just have a lot of fun with all of these guys.
The people, different kinds of people meeting and playing chess, of course.
You have the opportunity to play with super grandmasters, grandmasters.
I love that there's freestyle. I'm not much of an opening guy. I only play bullets mostly. So freestyle is a good opportunity for me to be able to take advantage of my style of play.
Ooh, that you don't have to prepare your games. You can just sit there and play. That's awesome.
I love playing chess.
I love that there's 3,000 people around here. Yeah.
And I love also watching the games during my game.
Yeah, I think it's nice that we have such a variety here, and also like seeing Magnus and all the other players.
I had the honor to play in the first round against Fabiano. This was really nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, so I'm not a player, I'm just here to watch, but I love that so many chess players from around the world are together here and playing together. Like the vibe is like really, really nice. Yeah.
I like to see all the strong players.
There's so many people, so many nice people.
That I see all the grandmasters coming here.
That everybody is here.
About this tournament, that it's so many diversities here and so many people, it's really nice.
I love that I can play against these top players. I mean, I played Nepo. It's very hard to play against these top players in other events. So super excited, and the game starts soon. So
good luck.
There you have it, folks. Some of the reasons why people love coming here. It really is a very special tournament. Highly recommend it. If you're watching this from home and you're like, do you know what, I could play a tournament in Easter next year, feel free to come down to Karlsruhe in Germany. If you're living outside of Germany, it's fairly easy to get to, not so far away from Frankfurt Airport, and you can rub shoulders with some of the world's best. And talking about the world's best, look at these two giants of the game. Levon Aronian and Vladimir Kramnik. They've had a good few battles over the years, these two. Levon is in that weird generation which I call the middle generation, if you can get my drift. So he's the generation after you, Vichy, Vlad, Mickey, Boris Gelfand.
Yes, exactly.
So you guys are all, you know, let's call you guys 45 upwards. And then Levon is in that generation with Sasha Grishchuk,
Bakro,
a bunch of players actually are in that age group. And then, of course, below him is the next generation, which is
all the Carlsen, MV,
exactly
Nepo.
the 90s babies,
Yes,
basically.
the 90s,
yeah, and then now what we've got is this. Well, I mean, I don't even know how to call it, because you can even separate the new generation. You've got Gen Z and then you've got Gen Z Plus, because we've got kids that are 11 years old that are 2,700, or, you know, I'm exaggerating, but, you know, you've got guys that are 15 or 16 that are now kind of a bit old because they're playing against guys that are 11 and 12 that are already so strong.
Yeah, just like we have seen Dogmus here in the tournament. Yeah. He's just this new generation. He drew, by the way, against Levon Aronian, also with black, not only against Dominguez. All the spectators, they are eagerly waiting for the draw of the new position. And the vibes, yeah, that's what everybody said. Yeah, this tournament is about everybody together. Everybody loves chess. No matter what's your rating, the passion, the love of the game connects the people.
I'm going to do something, Peter. I know the number that's going to be selected.
Really?
Yeah.
You sense it, yeah?
I've sensed it. I had to sleep because and I want to also apologize for anybody who might be asking. Felt a little under the weather, but I'm feeling a bit better now, so should be good for this afternoon stream. I know the number.
Wow.
You ready
First
for
of all,
this?
let me tell you that we are so happy to have you back.
Thanks.
We are very happy. Health is the most important, but the show must go on.
Yes.
You are here, we are one team, and we are waiting for the action. And please reveal the
number.
position. Yeah, exactly.
291.
Wow.
And
where did this come from?
It was just in my dreams.
Wow.
Yeah, 291. Now, if it isn't 291, then
bad luck.
It's relating to a future event.
It will, exactly. It will appear at some
point. It will
point,
appear.
Yes.
291 will appear. Can you imagine if it was 291?
Wow.
That's a 1 in a 959 shot.
I would say 1 in a million, yes. Because it
I'll be doing the lottery
like
numbers if I get this one.
Yes, you should. Absolutely. So, yeah, sensational stuff. We also got some news that, for example, Liang Gavander was not paired for the classical event, which means that he's probably switching. Also, name like Safarli was mentioned, and Pultinavicius also. So there are some players. Now I'm really wondering that, for example, if Liang Gavander is switching to the freestyle event, then actually we might be seeing another player on 4 out of 4. We are not talking about only 4 players. And then can you imagine the arbiter, the system, the computer, how it can adjust? By the way, we are getting pairings. Carlsen against Mikhalevski.
Wow, what a pairing for Magnus that is. Okay, Carlsen, Mikhalevski, Mendonca, Sarana, Chopra, Niemann.
Wow, Aryan Chopra, who has sensationally beat Arjun Erigaisi. There was a comeback. It looked bad for him, but he was also low on the clock, and then he was able to turn the tables. And Rasmus Svane against Vincent Keymer, Yuyanji against Mamedov. Yeah, and we see the high spirits there. This is how we love it, when there is harmony, good relation between the players, respect. Very nice. This is what Grenke tournament does, brings the people together.
There you can see some more top players. Look, Sindarov managed to get in there as well as Bibisara. Look at this.
Well, they are VIPs.
They are
That's
VIPs.
it. Of course, they are VIPs. By the way, I'm getting the news that Lian Gavan there plays with Darda and Pultinavicius with Sindarov. So we see the switch. Another big question, and we were kind of discussing this, that what do you think? Is it really for the love of the game, or didn't they know the rules that you can't win the prize? Or, for example, Lian Gavan there thinks like, I don't need the 60,000, I just need the ticket to Las Vegas.
Exactly.
What about this compromise?
Yeah, exactly. I think probably all three are correct. I think a lot of players probably didn't realize you can't win a prize. A lot of them did and thought, well, if I get the ticket to Las Vegas, I'm playing for $200,000 plus anyway, and I want to be on the stage and play these amazing players. So I think it's a mixture of all of them.
And what a shock, no, for the rest of the field, that suddenly new players are entering into the mix. It's
Exactly.
very interesting. And look at this, yeah, even the players are kind of laughing. They just realized, is this?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm not sure. They're laughing about something. Anyway, the round will get going sooner rather than later. There's Arjun, very focused.
Yeah, he lost this very tough game against Aryan Chopra. That was a roller coaster ride, and he's now only 2.5 out of 4. Yeah, that's kind of a scary situation. He can't really afford to drop any more points. He needs to win all his remaining games.
Yeah, I think his tournament, coming back is going to be tough for Arjun, to be honest, with the strength of this tournament. So it looks as though I can hear some faint music in the background, so probably
things are heating
up, and we'll see the ceremonial picking of the ball. And it looks as though Sven Noppers, the tournament organizer, is on stage, and looks as though he is,
Well, actually, isn't this Jump from Van Halen?
It is.
The song, I think
well
so.
Done.
Yeah, I can only hear some resonance, but it feels like.
Now, you talk about Van Halen, half this field won't know. They'll think that Van Halen is some sort of player for Ajax or something. They won't have a clue about Eddie. They're just these young guys.
New generation.
They just don't know anything. They know how to play a bit of chess, but show them a fax machine and they're like, "What's the? How do you? You've got to put the paper inside, and it scans it work? Yes. It." The classic one is the rotary phones. Where you had to use your finger.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Okay, the classics.
But some of the kids, you show them it, and they have no idea what to do.
Well, and what about the chess clocks?
The chess clocks.
The old classics.
I used to love them.
Yeah, the Soviet clock, the Garda watch, the Insa clock from Yugoslavia. Yeah, there were so many brilliant things. And there we see the pairings.
Yes.
Lovely to have an overview.
Carlsen, Mikhalevski. Goodness me, I think Magnus is going to be, could it have gone? Honestly, we're not writing off Victor. Of course we're not. But Victor is a huge underdog. Black pieces against Magnus in the afternoon round after a tough first round. Magnus is going to be, he couldn't have chosen a better pairing on paper. It's not to say he's going to win. Absolutely not. Because Victor can beat or draw with anybody on his day.
There is no pressure on him.
There's no pressure on him. Nonetheless, Magnus is going to be happy with that. And then on board 2, it was Mendonca against Sarana. That's an interesting battle of the youngsters.
Very interesting. Then on board 3, Aryan Chopra against Hans Niemann. And on board 4, Rasmus Svane against Vincent Keymer. I think they will be very angry. They will be very upset that the two German players, and probably they are, and I know they are good friends, with a lot of respect, fighting against each other, because you feel like there are 3,000 players, and why on earth do we have to play exactly against each other? But that's the way it is. You already mentioned last time, Rasmus was the guy who stopped Hans Niemann yesterday. In fact, Hans had to stop Rasmus because Rasmus had an overwhelming position. Rasmus getting ready.
And who's Rasmus? Rasmus, right, exactly. He's
Vincent.
playing Vincent on board 4. Well, yes, they have to play somebody, so why not now? Rasmus Svane. Now, this chap here, we speak a lot about his brother on the left side there.
And wow, Frederick Svane right there against Badur Jobava, another legend.
Look at Badur. I mean, Badur, look, by the way, Badur, who's doing well this tournament, by the way, Badur, I think, is one of the... If you had to give me... If I looked at the entire tournament starting list and thought about players in their peak, who would do best at freestyle chess, Badur Jobava would be on that list.
And yes, absolutely. Yeah. And look at this pairing. This is a very special one. Matthias Bluban with 3.5 plays against Josephine Heinemann. She moved from the classical event and she is playing against Matthias Bluban. That's kind of insane when you know that on 3 points we have Grishuk, we have MVL, Nyepo, Karwan and so on. What a tournament it is. I think that Matthias is very pleased with the pairing because this is a golden opportunity. Of course, Josephine has already defeated Hikaru Nakamura in an online game, but I guess over the board it's a little bit different. And we see also Liang Gavander against Daniel Darda.
Yeah, 2 young, talented grandmasters. And here we see Chopra against Niemann. Great. I mean, Niemann looks... I mean, let me be honest with you. Niemann looks in terrific form. I mean, he looks relaxed.
Exactly. He looks relaxed.
He looks... Maybe the partnership with Vladimir Kramnik is really paying dividends because he doesn't look stressed. He looks... You know, he's playing good chess.
And there we have Kramnik on the stage.
Yeah, and let's go over there now. Vladimir Kramnik is going to do the ceremonial picking of the ball. We're going to just commentate on this for the moment. And look, there's one last ball. That's my one, 291.
Yeah, that's the ball.
You ready? 291. You say a ball number, Peter.
No, I can't.
You can't.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't get the number. 6:30. I was close. I was close. It's not 291. That's for tomorrow. Okay. Position 6:30. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, exactly. Whenever we look at a position like this, white king on d1, black king on d8, queen on e8, queen on e1, it felt like somebody please Jadou the piece and everything else, only the rook.
And the
wow,
knight.
But wait a second. I can reveal you a big secret.
Yeah.
Levon Aronyan in Paris at the closing ceremony at the banquet was discussing this type of positions and Abdusatov was analyzing it, but with rook on h1, knight on g1, there's already a clear theory how to get the advantage and so on. Be careful, guys.
You mean so with the king and
exactly.
queen?
Just everything, the normal, just the queen and the king's flipped.
Wow.
And that position was analyzed. I was even following the analysis of Nodirbek.
Wow.
Incredible.
But
almost.
With the rook and the knight, it will make a difference.
It will make some difference, yeah.
But this is about as close as probably we'll get this tournament to a position that resembles the starting position. The entire...
But at the same time also so confusing. You hate this.
Yeah.
I don't think that the players are happy.
No.
There was also this big conversation, the players meeting in Weissenhaus, that should we actually eliminate this position also from the position? And then the players say, no, let's keep it because it's completely different. It has completely different dynamics to classical chess. It has in fact nothing common because how do you play, okay, now also with the knight on h1 and rook on g1, but this is so confusing.
It is, and you know, you can just imagine things going horribly wrong because your brain is so
used to something.
Exactly. It's so used to the normal position that suddenly you touch the king and you meant to touch the queen and you try and move the king up 5 places, but it's the king and not the queen.
Well, I can reveal you some more secrets.
Yes.
The discussion was actually going, but it was with knight on g1, rook on h1, that d4, e5. What about the Scandinavian? D takes e5, queen e5. Now we see a very important difference already, because actually the h2 pawn is hanging and white is unable to play knight f3, as would do with the knight on g1.
Wow.
So be careful.
Yeah, lots of things to consider here. I wonder how Magnus is going to start. I mean, there are so many possible moves here. But it's so, even I'm struggling. I'm getting a bit tilted, and I'm getting,
just looking at the position, right?
It's just bothering the hell out of me, because I'm so used to classical and these changes. I mean, I guess g4 is a legitimate move to start, but you know, to be able to bring the knight to g3 and put the bishop on g2, I guess e4, I guess d4 is a move, I guess you know, b3 is a move.
And yes, the games had started.
Yes.
But there are no moves yet. Let me even check, because we see that Magnus Carlsen has not made a move yet. And that's it. On the top 6 boards, nobody dared to move yet on the first move. Yeah, this is a old picture.
I don't know what that's doing there, but there you go.
Yes, okay, everybody's confused. Just this starting position drives everyone crazy. There is a first move by Pultinavicius. Simply, he's probably so excited that he gets the chance to play freestyle. He couldn't wait. He switched from the classical open to here, and let's just see very quickly his first move. It is e4. UNG has also made up his mind. It's also e4, just they are going very safe. Yeah, the queen from e1 protects the e4 pawn. It can't be a mistake. That's how I feel about this move.
Yeah, pawn to e4 definitely looks like an option, right? As I say, it's not totally clear. I'm very curious what Magnus will do. I think it will be a central pawn. I have a feeling it will also be e4, maybe g4.
Well, with Magnus, you never know.
No.
Yeah, expect the unexpected. I just would like to highlight that if basically white plays the move d4, then just to illustrate that maybe you have to consider the Scandinavian. D takes e5, queen takes e5, reverse. It's not even a reverse, it's just a crazy kind of Scandinavian. The point being that white's knight is on h1, so it's not like from g1 you go knight f3 or knight c3 in the classical chess, right? It leads to some confusion, and then imagine whoever castles first in this game will actually have a big advantage, because things will heat up in the center. Crazy. I'm afraid to play d4, honestly, from the white's perspective here.
And careful, because in that position, Peter, just to illustrate, if you say, well, let's swap the queens with queen c3, oops, all of a sudden queen takes h2, and it's
game over.
It's game over. The rook hangs.
The rook is trapped. I also wanted to highlight another one, if you're already talking about blunders, that if white plays the move f4, targeting the queen, then there's a tiny little check on d4, picking up the rook on g1. It just shows that you have to be extremely careful. I don't really expect to see d4 on many of the games. It's just too risky. It feels too risky for absolutely no reason. The move that we have seen in many of the other games, e4 is a solid kind of choice. You know that e4 can't be a mistake. But then later the follow-up, for example, e4, e5, f4, trying to play the king's gambit. Well, but there is also bishop c5. That might be a real problem. Yeah, imagine bishop c5 and then the rook again. We have to play knight f2. That's not a king's gambit anymore. I wanted to highlight that after e takes f4, d4 might look like an interesting one, but even this looks perfectly good for black, because this rook h8, knight h8 construction is so nicely placed. So forget about this gambit. And Magnus taking his time. I'm loving it. This is what we have witnessed in the very first event in Weissenhaus last year. Not this year, last year. When we reached the classical portion, the 90 minutes stage, then Magnus Was always taking his time for the first couple of moves, and it was always very well invested.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We do have a few d4s. We've got knight g3 on move 1 by Kasper Purin against Aronian. I think that's
also
possible.
Aryan Chopra started his game also with e4. All right, so we have already seen 3 e4s. Liang Gavander, let's see what did he e4, e5, bishop c4 on the board already in Avander. We see that all the players who came from the classical portion, they are not in any, let's slowly get into it. One gets the impression that they got jealous. They really got jealous and they wanted to jump in. I want to try it myself.
Could be. Could be. See Ralph Mamedov there on the stage. Ralph is he up there as well or is he just...
Well, he has 3 points.
He has 3. Okay. So he's
no, he has 3.5 because he won the first 3 games he drew today. Then he is 3.5, so he's up there exactly.
Yeah, he's playing Yu Yang exactly. It would be strange for him to be on the stage just looking. And Magnus still has not moved. Now there is Hans.
Yeah, what is his reaction? Yeah, after e4, he's still thinking. Hans is thinking, and you should be thinking it's the correct approach. Whoever thinks like what happened to Vincent, that he won sensationally this Weissenhaus, well, I cannot take any credit for it. I can reveal the big secret, and I'm sharing it with everyone. I have shared it on in the broadcast already. Take your time for the first couple of moves. It's already a question, will you be able to make any use of it? But I think that this is the direction you have to spend, because there is no reason to rush. If you mix something up and you get a position that you are not feeling happy with, and you start kicking yourself that I should have spent time 1 or 2 moves earlier, then actually you will end up getting into time trouble, but the position will also be bad. And it's much better to invest the time, make sure that you are actually heading towards a position that you can identify yourself with, and then it will be much easier to play the middle game phase faster.
There you have it.
E4, E5 on the board.
Indeed.
Solid choice.
The bishop does sit well on c4 in this line, because there's no way to go d5 for black easily. It obviously pins the f pawn. It feels like the most natural move here by some distance, actually.
Yeah, and by the way, after bishop c4, let's just imagine queen e2, and we can make a short castle.
Absolutely.
And who knows, we might be able to get an improved king's gambit here. So e4, e5, bishop c4 makes a lot of sense. In fact, I'm wondering if e4, e5 is really then the right move, because it's a very solid one. At least it makes a solid impression, but if white is in time to get all these moves in that we just talked about, then it might get very scary.
Yes, indeed. Now, let's flick back to Magnus Carlsen's board. Surely, do we have a move yet? Because this would be actually an extraordinarily long thing for him. This would be a sort of 5-minute thing. I mean, it's not completely unusual, but it is long.
And he played it after 7 minutes of thoughts. What is the move? And it's also 1 e4. Exactly. So a very solid and I think a reasonable choice. But I'm always loving when someone plays a move that actually looks good and it feels good, but not by rushing it, but taking his time, comparing to other possibilities. Yeah, you always have to compare that. If I do this, where does it lead to? If you think about Mikhalevski, which opening comes to mind as a black player against e4? Wasn't he the open
E4,
Spanish?
Yeah, he's the open Spanish expert.
I think he's an open Spanish expert. That's but how do you play the Spanish here? It's a completely different kind of situation.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, he's probably one of the world's leading authorities on the open Spanish. Been playing it for years and years and years. I've read a lot of his columns and his annotated games in the open Spanish, and I don't know the status of you don't see that many open Spanishes nowadays, Peter.
Well, but it actually stands very well.
It stands well at the
moment. Only problem is that there is so much theory.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of problem. So, okay, but let's go to something else. E4, E5 played actually. So we have seen that. I just need my mouse back. Wait a second. E4, E5 on the board. Magnus taking his time. Yes, everything is fine. Let's see. On the third board, E4, E5 happened. This we have already seen. Rasmus Svane against Vincent Keymer. Yes, I wanted to ask you about this. We know that Rasmus is a very solid player. He plays all kinds of D4s, solid stuff, Catalan. How will he treat the position? Because the reason why I'm saying that you can't play D4 because E5, it's not a D4 kind of structure. And here we go. He opts for E4. The best possible move. I think that E4 is a very good move, practically speaking, because at least you know your directions, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So E4, Vincent
E4
is taking his time.
E4 is good. Well, I mean, Rasmus, he might be a D4 player and a C4 player, but he can play at any position.
Yes,
of course.
he also plays E4, by the way.
Okay.
Yes. One thing I wanted to ask you, for example, about the Vincent game, that now after E4, is there a temptation to play the shocker C5 and try to steer the game towards a Sicilian with a king on D8? Is it completely mad, or there is a justification? I don't think that we can find the answer. I'm just bringing the question just to highlight that what a brilliant situation it is. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't imagine it happening, to be honest. I just can't.
You
but
can't, yeah?
No, I can't imagine it happening. I'm trying to think what the big defect of playing a Sicilian is with this particular shuffling.
Yeah, the reason why I actually brought it up that I don't see a direct refutation, but often it's not about direct refutation, that simply you weaken your king. And if this is not with the king on D8, queen on E8, it might not be a Sicilian at all. It might be a horrible kind of scenario, giving up the center and not being able to react correctly. And Vincent plays E4, knight C6, Tony Miles in action.
There we go, big
E4,
turn.
knight C6.
Love
I'm
it.
loving it. Yes.
Love it.
E4,
Controlling
knight
the
C6.
center.
You know that I had a good relationship with Tony.
Right.
He was my basically training partner and everything. And in '95, I ended up playing E4 knight C6 against Nigel Short in Dortmund. Can you imagine Peter Leko on a big stage in a classical tournament playing knight C6 after E4?
Nigel probably fell off his chair.
Well, he was happy.
He was happy.
He was torturing me horribly, but finally I managed to hold that game. But yes, never after that did I play E4 knight C6.
There's nothing wrong with it, by the way.
Yes, but still, I tried it. So it wasn't like I didn't give it a try. But the point is that if after E4 knight C6, knight F3, you play E5, that's cheating.
Yeah.
So I followed it with D6, and you know, it's not ideal. Let's put it this way.
You don't like giving your opponent the big sense of a free, no?
Yes. Yes.
You like your orthodox structures.
I like, you know, when I'm confronting my opponent in the center, don't give him free space. And the big question for me with this E4 knight C6, is this some kind of a psychological game, or actually Vincent has something in mind that after E4 knight C6, the move bishop C4, what we are kind of witnessing in many of the games after E4, E5, is it discouraged after the move knight C6, or you can do it and we are just talking about ghosts? Interesting question.
Yeah,
no?
lots of ideas, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, of course, we could go through all the games and see, but I think we should just stick to a few at the moment until we've got some clarity on certain boards, some certain interesting positions.
Yeah, E4 knight C6 on the board. Yeah, it's also very nice to see Vincent on the big stage. Yeah, he had to box his way to the stage. I was a little bit surprised that he was not granted, for example, a special table, right? Because it could have been logical. that the German hero, there is the media attention, everything, people want to see his game, but still the organizers actually decided, no, we're not going to do that, or they will not think about it. In any case, Vincent is right there. He needed 4 runs, and on the 5th round meets his good friend Rasmus Svane on the stage.
Yeah. Rasmus Svane, for people that don't know, is actually Danish.
Yes.
People don't know that. They think he's of course German with a German passport, but I'm saying he's got Danish roots.
Yes, absolutely. Whoever is a handball fan knows that Svane is, of course, a Danish name, because
exactly.
we know brilliant handball players with this name. I'm a huge handball fan, yes, so for me this is...
you watch a lot of handball?
Yes, a lot, yes. Because, I'm coming from Szeged. Yes, so we have Pick Szeged fighting the Champions League now. We will be playing against Barcelona to try to reach the Final Four. In the quarterfinals, it will be next Thursday. I will be there, rooting for my team.
You're going to go? Oh, you go to the matches?
Yeah,
really?
Clearly, yes. I have very good connection with the team, with our coach. Yeah, he's now Scandinavian, Appelgren.
Okay.
He just came at the beginning of the season. Yes, the last 15 years I'm following every day everything, reading all forums.
I'm
a total expert.
You're a total expert in handball?
Yes, total expert on everything, yeah.
Okay, what team is the best team in the world at the moment in handball?
Well, right now there is a little bit of a fight for it, because Barcelona is so-called the main, but Veszprém, our arch enemy, the other Hungarian team, has won the Team World Championship last year. Yes, but there is Magdeburg, the German THW Kiel used to be brilliant. Yes, so there is a kind of a mix, but they are even not reaching the Champions League because there is so much happening in Germany. Füchse Berlin is suddenly fighting for the title. Lot of action, and Denmark is dominating all the World Team Championships, European Championships, Olympiads, and so on.
Wow, I had absolutely no idea that you were a handball expert.
Yes, exactly. But that's
Rasmus,
another topic. Yeah,
well,
Rasmus is not a handball player. He's a chess player. He's actually from a chess family.
He is.
Because also Frederick, we have talked about him. And it's also very interesting coming from the same family and having completely different playing styles and view on chess.
Absolutely. Absolutely brilliant to have these two brothers. So there you go.
I don't know. Do you think that we can already move the pieces, or do we have some technical issues? I'm not sure.
Well, we can do. Let's.
Yes, I think we can. All right. So first of all, let's get an update on the Magnus's game.
Yeah.
E4, E5, Bishop C4, Bishop C5 on the board. This is something we talked about. That this is kind of expected. Now the big question is, will Magnus follow up in the natural way of going Queen E2 and then castling?
No, yeah, D3 is
or
the way.
just D3 and Bishop E3, for
Correct.
example, also.
Yeah,
very natural.
This is the way.
Against Bishop C5, because just to eliminate this Bishop if it's possible. But on the other hand, after D3, if Black mirrors and Black also sets up the idea of Bishop E6, then how do we treat this position?
Well, it's that question that you asked before, Peter, about, if people just repeat what you repeat,
yes,
when does it not work in certain freestyle positions? I think this is one of the ones where I think it would work actually for a fair amount of time. I personally enjoy playing, when I play bullet chess, I like to do it occasionally.
Just to mirror, yeah?
Just mirror.
To put the pressure on the opponent, show me.
But I don't just mirror where they go like Bishop E3, Bishop E6, Bishop take. I don't take on C5. I take on C4. They take on A7. I take on A2. They
wow,
take.
Really?
I go all the way, baby, until there's a check.
Wow.
Doesn't work sometimes, but I like the mirroring. It shows a bit of contempt for your opponent. D3
on the board. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to figure out. So it is very tempting to do the mirroring, because
of course,
as we highlighted after the move D3, typically now white wants Bishop E3, and it's not exactly typical, because after Bishop takes E3, clearly we would be taking with the Queen.
Yes.
Usually the Queen is on D1 and we are forced to take F takes E3. Now we take with the Queen, and then we will get the chance of pushing F4 quickly, go for short castle, so on. And exactly this is what I would like to do with black as well. Let's just try some moves. So d3, d6, bishop e3, bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, bishop e6. Why isn't this rock solid for black? I think the computer agrees that this is rock solid. I don't really see the bar jumping from joy for white, but then I'm kind of slightly puzzled that Magnus opted for d3, and then how will he react? Because black will have the move bishop e6 anyway at his disposal.
Yeah, not so clear, is it?
Especially when looking with the evil bar, yeah, the computer says that there is something for white.
Yes.
Yeah, and this drives me crazy because we are not using engine, we only have the evil bar. After d3, d6, it looks like a super solid construction for black. The computer kind of indicates that there is something white can fight for an initiative, and it drives me crazy.
I know what
I
it
don't
is.
see it.
It's b4.
Okay, b4, but what's such a big deal about b4? b4, bishop b6?
Yeah, and the problem is a4, a5, right?
a4, a5. I'm not worried of this b4 business at all.
No.
Of course, it's possible in Italian this b4 always exists, but it doesn't change.
Doesn't leave an impression with you, no?
The assessment.
Yeah.
Doesn't change the assessment.
Agreed.
And yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled why Mikhalevski is taking so much time, because it seems like d6 is a very natural move, and also what else do you do? What else makes sense in the position? Is he thinking about queen e7 castles quickly? Is that an option?
For sure.
For sure, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's what he's thinking about.
Queen e7 and then try to castle, and then anyway the knight goes to g6, and it doesn't seem likely that white will get f4 in.
There you go.
Very
Victor
rich
Mikhalevski.
position.
You know, it's very strange seeing him on camera. Not because I've not seen him before, but when was the last time Victor Mikhalevski played on a sort of a stage or in a high level? We could be talking about, you know, the last time I saw him was probably Gibraltar 10, 15 years ago.
Ah, really, yes?
Well, I don't think Victor has been that active, has he?
Yeah, and we see they never ever played a game.
Of course.
So it could have been that they faced each other in one of the World Rapid and Blitz Championships, but no.
I don't think so.
Never, and 4 out of 4. He did beat Oparin and Van Forest. Two very young, very strong players. That's something.
Well, he's always been a classy player, a classy theoretician. Of course, you know, he's rated 25-13 for a reason.
Yeah, but forget about this rating. He's playing opens. He's not the youngest, so maybe under pressure to win at all costs, this is not exactly. But just play a good game with understanding. That's a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. The understanding, that's the key part. It's the deep knowledge.
That gives you the chance to be able to play against the top guys well.
Right, exactly.
Yeah? Because being successful in open tournaments, especially now in the modern era with all this computer preparation and everything, having the energy, being young, optimistic, I think in order to win games and beating the weaker players, for example, with confidence faster so that you also save energy, it's so much part of the package of gaining rating points. And the knowledge gives you actually only uncertainty. You are thinking that this is interesting, but I also have this idea. Which move should I play? You get into time trouble, then you blunder something away, and that's it.
That's right. Correct. And your move, Queen e7, is on the board.
On the board. Okay. Yeah, it made sense if he already spends time, but it actually means that against a move like knight c3, he intends to meet it with c6.
Exactly.
That's what I was not sure about. That I'm so happy about this. And let's not forget, if Magnus plays bishop e3, he might actually castle long.
Absolutely.
And then try to get some d4 in. Yeah, it's not even given. Now with queen e7, the reason why I'm not liking the move queen e7 at the moment, that maybe black is showing too early his intentions that actually he's planning to castle to the short side, to the king side. Actually, it's here not the short side, it's the king side, the right side of the board. let me also illustrate with the arrows. The king from d8 jumps to g8, the rook from g8 moves to f8, and all of a sudden white knows exactly that king is there, so something like preparing f4 and trying to create initiative on the king side might be an agenda.
So we can see as well as a cute little graphic that our producers have put up there with an opening database. Now this particular variant, so position 630, has been played in an online setting. These are the statistics from online games, and you can see here that this position is not novel in chess 960. Both knight c3 and bishop e3 have been played, but of course the players that have played this are from all kinds of levels. Nonetheless, it's kind of interesting to have an online database for chess 960 positions, and that is certainly going to grow with events like this, when because position 630, it will be chosen again. There is a
at some point, yes.
There's a 1 in 959 chance that it gets chosen.
Yes. Well, it's really funny because, of course, we see this opening database and so on. There are some games, 3 games in total. That's not much. But I don't think that if you ask Magnus, then Magnus will tell you, yes, actually I have seen it in PH's database, yeah? Because it's clear that Peter and Nielsen is working very hard for Magnus Carlsen, since we already know that for Magnus, this is a very fascinating format. He loves the freestyle chess, and he's also a perfectionist. So he's getting into the positions, but definitely has never ever seen or studied this position.
Of course not. But he's going to be, I think he's enjoying himself, Magnus. You know, he's able to look at something, try and outplay his opponents, which he's done successfully so far. He's enjoying himself. He's having fun. And, he looks quite fresh. He doesn't look too tired. And I fully expect him to find a way today. I do. I fully expect him to find a way to win this game. And, well, on board 2, I mean, should we check that out?
Yeah, let's move around. So I think Magnus is now happy. He gets all these knight c3, bishop e3 ideas. And Mendonca e4, e5, bishop c4.
Yeah.
Sarana is taking his time. We know that Sarana is a Mamedov player, or he used to be a Mamedov player. Now he also started to play e4, e5. But that's a very special one. Also, Mendonca did spend like 10 minutes already. So this is a slow affair. Aryan Chopra against Hans Niemann. We have some very interesting classical chess patterns here.
Yes.
And this is probably a good starting point for our analysis, no?
Yes, absolutely.
Because we have action. It is in fact e4, e5, and bishop c4. Hans played the move d6. Hans played the move d6, closing up his bishop on f8, but he says, I want to give priority eliminating that monster bishop on c4. A very interesting kind of approach. d3, bishop e6, knight c3, white playing in the Vienna spirit, so turning an Italian into Vienna, and Niemann accepts the invitation. Okay, yes, I know that this position exists. However, normally it happens that black, let me just show with arrows, something like knight c6, knight c3, knight a5. This is kind of the structure how we are getting this position that, for example, okay, let me just indicate knight g3, knight takes c4, dc. So this is the classical type of Vienna structure, of course, with the kings in different positions and so on. But I have never really seen this structure appear so quickly by trading the light squared bishops. My gut feeling would say that white is benefiting from this. Queen e6 is played, queen e2, knight g6 on the board. What I do notice, don't you get the same impression that actually Hans plays a little too fast in the opening stage of the game?
Possibly, yeah.
Not just in this game, in general.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not madly in love with his position here as I mean, of course, it's way too early. But the knight on g6, the problem is you can't restrict the knight on g6. So you would love to play g3,
yes,
but then you damage your own knight's prospects. So you can't You can't actually do that. So what kind of moves would you play here? Well, you could play, for example, something like bishop e3, and on knight f4...
Yeah, that's the question. That
you can just tuck the queen on f1. And
yes,
then my idea is I want a castle long there.
Yes, of course. No, castling long is one of the main ideas, and the reason why I'm not so happy what Hans has done.
Yeah.
Because there is this potential idea of going bishop e3 and then long castles, and black still needs some time, and I don't think that black's king will feel really safe on the queen side castling, because white has real potential there. Also, this bishop on e3. So clearly, Hans is relying on this bishop e3, knight f4 option, because bishop takes f4, ef4 is once again this very bizarre kind of structure that feels like this transformation helps black, because there is this e5 square. Yeah, one could argue that white is the one castling first, but I still believe that simply this e5 square, maybe even knight d7, not to allow any kind of c5s, is even more precise. But just to illustrate that, yes, and then g5, bishop g7, thank you very much. This is lovely for black. We cannot afford, and your suggestion after knight f4 was just calmly go queen f1, because this knight does not hurt us. We want to castle and slowly activate our knight.
Yeah, we can activate the knight. We've got ideas of, maybe even you've got c5 or knight d5. It's two candidates. You can probably even consider it the right moment. I mean, g3 looks awfully ugly.
Also, it's possible.
But it's possible.
Exactly.
Because knight h3 important, rook g2.
Rook g2, and then you swing
and then you
the
swing,
rook.
and you go f4, and you rook gd2.
And then that rook on, this knight on h3 can be just out of the game completely.
Yeah, and actually rook gd2, f5 threatens to win the knight on h3.
Yeah, let's just illustrate with some lines, because it's a very nice and important idea. For example, black plays the move knight c6. It's a very unfortunate move, but just want to illustrate. So castles.
Yeah.
Both sides castle, and what we just mentioned is an idea like this, an unexpected, surprising move, like with the idea that white goes f4 or f3 and swings the rook to d2, and then we get perfect harmony. And what is this knight doing on h3 in long terms?
Yeah, black might play a move like g5, but here you could just play f3, as you said.
Yeah, and okay, one thing I also want to add, that basically because we wanted to illustrate something, the move knight c6 and long castle may be exactly fitted for black against this construction, but in general, because knight c6 and long castle felt dubious, maybe white can also just play knight d5. That's one of the drawbacks of placing the knight on c6. And then knight d5 is strong. And if black reacts differently, like for example, he fights against the knight d5 idea, and after queen f1 plays knight d7, and then we castle, and for example, black plays the move c6 just to stop, and then let's just treasure the same idea here. And I think computer will appreciate very much.
You can check.
And then, well, we see the evil bar.
Oh, the evil bar, yeah.
That, okay, f4, rook gd2, and f5, queen takes h3 is very much on the agenda. So black has to be careful. A very, very interesting idea. But Aryan goes knight to g3, ignores this. Interesting.
It's probably also okay. It's not the move I would play. I like this bishop e3, queen f1.
Yes.
Do you like it?
It was very... Okay, maybe psychologically over the board, because white has just played the move queen e2.
Yeah.
It's not so easy to force yourself to retreat. But at the same time, in freestyle chess, you have to be completely open-minded, adjust always to the new situation. But knight g3 makes sense. If we are not worried of knight f4, and it's a question like, how are we planning to react to knight f4?
That's the question.
Because now, of course, with the activated knight, it's a different story, but still I don't really like bishop takes f4. Unless we have some very direct way of playing. Okay, one kind of an idea that bishop takes f4, just to illustrate, e takes f4. Now there is knight h5. It's a slight twist, yeah, because we hit the f4 pawn, and once black plays the move g5, protecting the pawn, black can never get the bishop to g7. Because of the knight on h5, we will be undermining the structure with g3. If black is forced to take fg, hg, then after long castles, we will get f4 opportunity as well. So maybe something like this Aryan is having in mind. I don't know if it exactly works out or not, but certainly something to think about.
Indeed, yes. Wow, a lot to consider.
We can also move on, yeah?
We can move on, and I was thinking, maybe I was thinking we're just over an hour in. We started a little bit earlier today, the broadcast. The openings are kind of getting warmed up, and I think we're going to see some developments in the next few minutes. And maybe now it is 5 o'clock. I think it's coffee. I know you don't drink coffee.
Yes,
Peter.
but okay, it's tea time then.
It's tea time.
Yes.
It's tea time. Guys, we're going to take a very, very short break, but this is the situation. The games of round 5 have just kicked off. Loads of chess to go. We're going to be here for the next few hours breaking down the action from all of these boards. So make sure you don't go anywhere, or if you are going to go somewhere, just do what Peter's going to do. Get yourself a nice cup of tea, a nice biscuit, but don't leave the house, because we'll be back in just a few minutes. So stay tuned. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. This is live coverage of the Grenke Chess Festival and the Freestyle Open 2025. Welcome. If this is your first time here, you've missed a lot so far, but we're about halfway through the tournament at the moment, and it was really nice there, Peter, seeing some of the fans being able to connect with their heroes, quite simply, their idols. It's an amazing opportunity here for...
Absolutely.
Because a lot of tournaments, as you know, they're a bit restricted in terms of how close you can get to the players and mingle with the players. But here, everybody's in the same hall. If you manage to...
Nobody can hide.
Nobody can hide.
Yes. But also one could see that everybody's happy, yeah? Because you, as a player, you also love the attention. You are happy if the spectators are happy, yeah? You kind of get the energy out of it. And that also makes this festival so unique and so special, yeah, that we have almost 3,000 people gathering here, and everybody connects with the passion and the love for the game.
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. And, well, we've got all the top boards ongoing, and we've had a bit of a change in the structure in this Carlsen game, Peter.
Let's check it out.
Sure.
What happened? So we saw the game when after d3, queen e7 happened, and we immediately highlighted, we somehow sensed that Magnus will use this chance to develop his knight to c3. There is a threat of knight d5. Clearly, black can't really tolerate this, so he has to go c6. This means that the knight from b8 won't be able to develop too quickly. Okay, it doesn't matter so much because the structure is solid anyway. Knight g3, a little bit of surprise. I was expecting first the move bishop e3, but actually it did not really change much because Magnus felt that I have to do both moves anyway. So d6, bishop e3, and then the short castle to the king side by Viktor Mikhalevski, and this was a big moment. Yeah, this is always the big question: that what do you do with these pieces? Yeah, that if black trades on e3, that gives white. Oops, pardon me. This is not what was intended. The mouse played a joke. So if black takes on e3, then white captures with the queen, and white gets space, time, and everything. So Viktor felt like, I'm going to leave that bishop on c5. If you take it, I'm going to take with d takes c5. I will have the option of going bishop e6. What is my problem? But Magnus said, wait a second. Is this sure? He takes on c5, b takes c5, d takes c5. It was clear that now black is planning to play b5. So the next move from Magnus was clear to play a4. And now the move knight g6 happened. I believe that if black would have played the more natural bishop e6, okay, both bishop e6, knight g6 are natural, but after bishop e6 we would have seen the move knight f5. That knight could have jumped in, or another idea is just to cement this pawn structure, this bishop on c4 with a b2, b3 idea, and whenever black takes on c4, then we capture back with the b pawn and get perfect grip. There will be also a backward pawn on b7, and then we combine things. And Mikhalevski decided that, you know what, I anyway have to develop this knight from h8, so let me do it right now. This is the current position. How would you treat this from the white side, Lawrence?
Well, the first move I would consider is knight f5. This is clear, because
definitely.
I don't think that taking on f5 is appealing for black, because we can put it on the board, for example, Peter, right? Knight f5 takes. We gain time against the knight, and we have this beautiful square on e4 to park, well, our queen or our knight. It depends on the position. And now this knight is a bit loose, because knight f4, g3 already, well...
Yes, only question that after knight h4, how would we play? We have to play queen e4 or
queen
not?
e4.
Yes, because the pawn is hanging. We can't play g4 due to the fork. So we play queen e4, and there is no way of isolating this pawn.
Yeah, and importantly, if queen f6, for example,
then already you can.
Now you can go g4, and g5 is actually a winning threat here, because the knight is hanging, so you would have to play a move like h6.
Yeah, and then also we stepped into the knight e4 idea with queen f6. Yeah, this shouldn't be good. So clearly Magnus after knight g6 is not thinking about knight f5. So let's try to find a different reaction with black. Queen f6
Queen
here.
f6 immediately, I think, is the only sensible move here.
It looks reasonable. But there is this g4, knight f6, g5. There is queen d8. Okay, good. Because queen g6, knight e7 would have been a heart attack. Otherwise, then g4 is kind of a possibility, but it weakens the f4 square too much.
Yeah, you don't want to play it if it's not kind of very clear that you're doing well afterwards, because you don't want to give this square. But at the same time, your knight is hanging, so this then raises the point, is the move knight f5 correct? Maybe you have some genius way of... Not really. I mean, I wanted to suggest something like queen e3 here to counter-attack the pawn on c5, but I think black is happy with all the trades.
Exactly. Then we get stability and so on.
No, not so clear, right?
Not so clear.
Not so clear. So
okay, there is this argument. We can try to play the move g4, because actually I'm not that worried of this knight f4 jump. I'm usually a guy who is very worried of weakening any squares, but I just feel that we always have knight e2 in our pocket. By the way, also a tempo move with queen is hitting the pawn on c5. You also have this g5 idea when the only square for black is to fall back with the queen all the way to d8. That also feels slow in my mind, so it is something to think about. It's a very serious attempt, even weakening the f4 pawn, because we get so much time for our moves.
Yes. Mikhalevski and
Magnus goes queen e3. I think it's it's the move on the board. Magnus clearly is thinking about knight f5 next, already eyeing the c5 pawn as well, giving black a move like play a move that helps you. Yeah, and one of the things that bishop e6, knight f5
is problematic.
For example, is problematic. Then the pawn on c5 will be very vulnerable. And if bishop e6 can't be played, then actually one has the feeling that queen e3 is very much justified.
Yep, absolutely. Yes, I think that this is a very, very serious moment in the game, actually, because things can start to go wrong here for black very quick. White's moves are they're very predictable. Knight f5, queen e3, castles long, so on and so forth. Even something like a5. This is a Peter Lecco move, pawn to a5.
Yes,
squeezing.
But not with the king on d1.
Yes, no, but you're going to castle short in this case.
Yes, but I'm not sure. But bishop e6 played, and I think that I wanted to make an argument that I want to play bishop e6 because I feel that black had to play the move. And after knight f5, I'm going to play queen f6.
Wow.
Yes, just ignoring everything, but actually I have to eliminate this, and now I'm setting up the idea of going knight d7. Whenever you take on e6, I will be doubling my pawns. Now forget about the concrete queen takes f2. In general, I think that if the position is closed, I can afford to double my pawns even on the e file. That's not something that I worry about, and you might have to play g4 anyway, and then we are getting very similar structure that we talked about with knight f5 earlier.
Well, yeah, but actually after g4, I can take on c4, dc4, and actually give a check.
Yes. He actually, I never want d takes c4, but yeah, Magnus takes.
He does take.
He take on e6.
Wow.
That
is
a surprise.
Yeah.
Yes. Now f takes e6 will be played.
For sure.
For sure. Yes. And it's cemento. Yes, okay. White probably is better because after all, these pawns are, I would not call them weak, because in this structure I don't really feel that they are weak, but in general, in long terms, for example, in some knight endgame, they could turn out to big, but I'm surprised.
I like it for black.
It's a very solid position. How is Magnus trying to justify his play? And he plays f3, just very systematic, but completely losing the momentum.
Yeah.
Basically not trying to punish black at all, just to say that I'm going to play a long game and clearly Magnus is somehow slowly. Will he castle then short?
Very possibly.
Where is his king? I mean to the king side, and then very slowly. Okay, put the pawn on f3, rook f2, somehow move the knight away, and then prepare maybe g3, f4.
Yeah.
So that against ef he will be able to recapture with g.
Yeah.
And then squeeze like this.
That's what he wants.
But this is very much Mickey Adams kind of chess. Not exactly.
Where is Mickey?
Where is Mickey? He is missing.
I think he's missing. He should be here, right?
He should be here. I mean, beating the guys.
I'm tempted to text him in the next break and say, why aren't you here? But he never replies, so I wouldn't know.
Does he use any of this?
Yeah, I mean, he uses.
He uses, yes?
But he never replies.
Never replies.
No,
No respect?
He's like Gusti.
Uh-huh.
Gusti's got the world record. He went without replying for me for like 2 years.
Wow.
Just doesn't reply. If you're watching Gusti, I won't take it to heart. It's okay. I won't be offended. All those years together sitting in the booth, commentating on chess, clearly counted for nothing. But it's okay. It's all right. I don't mind. You reply when you can, buddy. Anyways.
Well, we love Jan.
We do.
We love Gusti, of course.
We love Gusti.
But
he should be playing.
He should be here, and also he could be explaining. He's an e4, e5 expert. He knows all the pros and cons of this. Me as well, but I'm a little bit puzzled because somehow I'm biased. I feel that black is solid, and I was really worried for Victor that he gets simply crushed by Magnus.
Yes.
And here this will be a very long grind.
Super long.
The big question is, however, and this is the catch, and we have to mention this, because otherwise Magnus would have never done this. And you know what?
Yeah.
Can you tell this? What is the finesse?
I don't know, actually.
Well, the finesse is that if black's pawn would be on c7 and black's knight would be having the possibility of ever reaching to d4, Magnus would have never, ever allowed this. But look at the pawn formation, that the knight can never get access to the c6 or to the e6 square, and this means that black will never be able to fight for the d4 square.
Beautiful.
Land the knight. That was the reason why, now at least we got the answer, that was the reason why Magnus felt like, let me show this beauty to the whole chess world, that yes, there is such finesse. The knight belongs to d4, but it can't reach there.
It's beautiful. Well done.
Very nice.
Okay. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on, because we will be coming back to this game many, many more times. So where you want to go, it's up to you to decide.
Okay, so a lot of the bars that we're seeing are kind of in the middle, so we've got level positions pretty much everywhere. Chopra apparently is ever so slightly better against Niemann.
And we talked about this game earlier, exactly before going to the break, and something very similar happened that we discussed. After the move knight g3, Hans jumped in to f4 with the knight. White captured knight h5, g5. It's basically our analysis board. This is what we talked about. The knight on h5 hinders the desired bishop g7 move. Then white can just chop it off and clear that white is breaking now the structure with g3. That's what happened. F takes g3, h takes g3, and long terms, we talked about it. If long castles, f4, all this comes to life, it will be unpleasant for black. He opted for knight d7, long castles, or queenside castle, knight b5. That's a surprise.
Yeah, he wants to reroute to d4 with tempo.
And go to f5.
Correct.
To that square. Wow, very interesting idea. Strategically sound, but the knights are a little bit tricky. Let's see if it works to perfection or not. So knight b5. For some reason, computer doesn't like it, but let's see after a6 already it likes. Yeah, so maybe c6 was a move. I don't know what. But okay, that's computer's life. We won't be interfering. So knight d4, queen g6, knight f5, rook e8, and knight's the question. Yeah, g4 the cemento. White established two powerful knights. This is horror for black.
Horror show.
This is all about Chopra. Aryan Chopra, after beating Arjun Erigaisi in that completely insane, crazy game, carries on with all the energy, and he plays a very interesting game. Are you in a state of shock from Black's perspective?
No, not a state of
No?
shock, but I mean, I don't think Hans is going to be happy here. I'm not sure how unhappy he is, but it doesn't look great. Because White has got so many ways to improve. One way, yeah, so the Knights are doing great, and, you know, there are so many ideas here for White, so many. It depends how aggressive you want to be as well.
Well, okay, we have to try to find the justification for Black. For White, we can mention millions of ideas.
Yeah.
I also want to only mention one thing, and it's not connected with Hans or his opponent, but Big Vlad is watching. Kramnik is watching, and we know his opinion about this position. He will tell you that no way you can play like this with Black. You cannot weaken your structures. What have you done, Hans? This is actually kind of shocking after seeing Hans having such a lovely discussion with Kramnik, because this is not what Kramnik signed up for.
I wonder if there's a clause in their agreement. If you play a bad positional game, I will leave. You know, I will end
This
the partnership.
position could easily lead to this, because I know Vlad, and we all know him. Yeah, everybody studied his games. He is about details, about finesses, about strategy, and so on. And the strategy is completely on White's side here. We can just, even don't do anything, we can just play f3, we can play c3, restrict any kind of activity in long terms. And slowly, with queen e3, king c2, who knows, maybe with b4, activating even the rooks like this, and then we will set up some breakthrough. Because the reason why I'm mentioning all this, Black is kind of pegged. Black cannot change the course of the game. It's all about White to decide how quickly and when to try to break through.
Yeah, I think Hans is actually showing a bit of nervousness, but he's got this weird sort of he's trying to show confidence, but I see a lot of nervousness. That's the point. I think he's trying
But
to
I told you that he's rushing too much.
Yeah, he's
This
rushing.
is the problem. This is freestyle chess. Nobody knows anything. There is no theory. You have to take your time for the first couple of moves. Because this bishop takes c4 decision, this is, you can make it after 20 minutes of thinking that you understand that, yes, it's not so nice, but these are the reasons why I'm going for it. But not like in 30 seconds or in 1 minute or 2 minutes. This is just completely insane. And he might get punished for this. You can't do this to freestyle chess, because freestyle just punishes you.
And we've got a little graphic on the screen, and we're going to have, by the way, during the round, guys, some interesting new graphics. So stay tuned for that, because I think they'll definitely complement the broadcast.
And look at this, it's very interesting. Yeah, first move e4, the longest time spent was the first move by Aryan Chopra, e4. Just making sure that, yes, this is the direction what I like, and this is exactly what I'm talking about all the time. And then g3 was a thematic move, breaking the construction. Knight g6 was a typical move by Hans, but that was the move that he spent the most time on. And then this knight b5 move spent 5 minutes with the idea, knight d4, knight f5 actually. So let me just get that position back for a second, this knight b5 position, because the computer suddenly said that suddenly Black is fine, but wait a second, Hans makes a move, so let's first acknowledge what is his move. Yeah, he moves the queen back to e6, so we are expecting the cemento move f3, protecting the only weakness in the position on e4. Please pay attention that the bishop from f8 cannot move out to g7, because the two knights are guarding that square beautifully. And now, for a second, let's cheat. So after knight b5, what was that special move by the engine? Wow, it is ignoring the pawn on a7 to play g5, g4. Oops, this is a stunner. Unbelievable move by engine.
Yeah, he wants to give some breathing room. There's bishop h6.
Yeah, but how can you do this to your king on c8? It's not only a pawn, but it's a check.
Yeah.
And your king will be eternally weak. But as computers are monsters, we can't really fight against them. We acknowledge their brilliancy. after king b1, knight c5. This is kind of a justification that the e4 pawn is isolated due to the g4 pawn. What a change of construction, but no human, well, maybe if you know that you are in trouble, if you don't go like this, and you spend half an hour to understand all that, where things could lead, then you can find, but not by blitzing. The move a6 was kind of played after, I don't know exactly, what is it?
35
seconds, yes.
Way too fast.
Way too fast, and then black gets boxed in, and now Hans has to deal with the consequence of everything that he has done. Yeah, just f3 and enjoy life.
All right, Hans Niemann having some difficulties. Let's see how that one pans out. Let's go to another game. And
yes, which one? You can choose.
Because
I would choose Rasmus against Vincent, but I don't.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's
sure.
have a look. Yeah, let's quickly have a look, because I feel that this is such a special, and it's something completely different compared to what we are seeing on most of the games. It's also clear that Vincent is trying to play against Rasmus as a player. Yeah, he did not want to play e4, e5, and then we have fixed structure where Rasmus is so happy and so good. He became extremely creative, and after e4, knight c6, knight g3, b6, you know what was my feeling? What is this? It's a reti. It's a reverse reti. It's knight f3, g3. It's a reverse reti. And it's like d5, knight d7, knight b6 system, right? But
if black plays
but black was not forced to play e5 here.
Yeah.
And this is what Vincent is kind of showing, that, you know what?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, this concept of d5, knight d7, knight b6, that is such a glorious example of modern chess theory.
It would have been impossible 20 years ago.
Imagine in Linares, you're playing against Karpov. He goes knight f3, you go d5, g3, knight d7. Firstly, knight d7, he's already looking at you like, okay, I go d4.
Yes, I play d4 and go home, yeah?
Yeah, and then after knight b6, maybe he just gets up from the board and says,
he goes to the arbiter, okay, please.
Get me a real player.
Exactly. And nothing, and it's even difficult to prove an advantage, but yeah, it's just very interesting that always it clicks in mind that, okay, and because of this king's position, actually, this is some kind of a reti, a very special one. Now, Rasmus felt like, wait a second, if Vincent thinks that b6, bishop b7 is a great idea, setting up the long castle possibility, because that's the whole point behind this setup, then let me do the same. Where does this lead us? Long castles, knight c3, e6, yeah, castles to the queen side, to the left side, and bishop c5, taking d4 square under control, kind of also inviting knight a4, okay, please go after my bishop, but that knight on a4 will feel awkward. Clock situation, 14 minutes time advantage for Vincent. I think it's very important that this is move 6. They are completely out of book, not just by the moves, but by structure, right? That this is completely something that obviously none of these two players have ever seen in their life. And this is exactly the direction Vincent wanted to steer the game, I believe.
Yep, but chance for both players. I mean, I would take white here.
And how would you play?
I'd probably play...
After all, you have a pawn in the center, right?
Yes. I would probably, in this position, if I had to choose... I mean, knight a4 is very tempting.
I feel that it's tempting, yeah. Knight a4, and I'm trying to understand what actually Vincent has in mind after knight a4. Where does this bishop retreat? First of all, we have to retreat because we can't let this bishop to be captured. There is some argument to be made for bishop d4 to keep on provoking the situation, but I'm not sure where this provocation will lead to. c3. No. Yeah, bad, you will play c3, and I'm going back all the way to, I don't know, f6.
And d4?
And d4, and I say, yes, it's fantastic, but look at those pieces. Yeah. The knight on a4. Can I play d5? Can I play a strange French? Where does this lead us? Okay, let's try.
Okay, e5.
It's not my game.
Maybe you give a check, I don't know.
e5, bishop g5, and then I will undermine f6, and then the knight is coming out. who knows, to f7 or to g6. It's a tricky position.
Yeah, it's tricky.
I believe that this is what Vincent actually wants, that he wants to get Rasmus out of his comfort zone, provocation is the main agenda. And instead of knight a4, I don't really see what else could be so tempting for white.
All right.
Yeah, we can move on.
Good stuff. We can move on. Very interesting battle there between the two German phenoms. And we're going to move on to... Let's go scroll down a bit. Let's see if there's...
Yes, there are so many brilliant players.
I mean, Svane against Jobava.
Okay.
Come on. I mean, these two are legends. This is Frederick Svane, not Rasmus. Rasmus's little brother, who is now overtaking him in the rating list by some distance. Frederick... Oh, and neither of them at the board, it seems.
Well, but actually it looks very promising for white.
Very promising.
One could argue that, okay, thanks to this construction, black is super solid. Yeah, that's the good news, that he's solid, but it's clear that white is pushing here, and we might be seeing some f3, knight f2, knight d3 moves appear on the board, fighting for the c5 square, because black will try to rely on the move knight c5. The reason why this is so important to highlight, because thanks to this c6 pawn, black is restricting white's knight on c3. Usually it comes at a cost that the d6 pawn is weakened. However, Jobava made sure that his knight on f7 is nicely protecting the pawn on d6. Well, the bishop is also protecting, but he might hope to activate that bishop somehow. It looks like a dream, but how easy will it be to try to break it? That's another question. f3 will be played on the board already. Yes, setting up the knight f2, knight d3 idea.
I have faith in Frederick, actually. I think this is a sort of position that Bardot doesn't actually do that well in. I feel like he prefers still a bit of dynamism. Don't get me wrong, of course, he knows how to play these positions, but from a purely stylistic preference, I think that Bardot likes a bit more of a mess. And let's be honest, let's just talk about Bardot Jobava. Bardot Jobava for me is, at his peak, and we're talking about,
Yeah, there was a moment when he skyrocketed to 27-40.
40, right?
Yes, there was, and he played in Leuven in one of these
he played in
Grand Chess Tour events. Yeah.
We're talking about. When was he? When was that? That was about
16, 17.
Yeah, about 10
like
years
this.
ago.
Also, I remember that in the Olympiad he played some incredible games, crushing Ponovid, d4 knight c3 or something.
Yeah, the Jobava London.
The Jobava London, yes.
Yeah, he's got an opening named after him. He's that famous. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that a peak Jobava in this format, for me, is a top 10 finisher in this tournament. He is sensationally creative, and really it's his own artistry and creativity that's let him down in the end. It's almost too much, and he wants every game of chess to be a masterpiece, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. He wants every game to be creative, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. And I think that's been one of his issues. And of course there have almost certainly been some other things that he's had to deal with. But for me, one of my favorite players, and somebody I really enjoyed watching over the years, and he's a good guy as well. I mean,
he's a very good guy.
He's a good guy, he's just a very good guy.
Absolutely. We also get the information that his peak was in 2012 with 27-34, which meant
there you go.
19th in the world. And okay, I even don't want to mention his low, because this is completely crazy. This is just unheard of. Apparently 25-66 in 2023. Oh no. I can only say, oh no, that's my only reaction to that.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're playing Bardot Jobava at 25-66, you're getting no value there at all, because he's a former 27-40 player, and losing 200 points really is a lot. But Bardot's probably got some other things away from the board that he's dealing with, and it's life, right?
Exactly.
It's just life.
And those problems can actually reflect always on the ratings, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah, of course. So we'll watch that one boil over and get exciting. I think we should go somewhere else.
Yes, yeah, because this is no fun for black, but I'm pretty sure that Badu will try to find his harmony and justification. What about UNG against Mamedov? Because we haven't been covering these two players so far so much in the tournament, and I think we should. Rauf, I have covered his game against Duska previously. It was a draw. It was a complete lockdown. There was no way to break through.
That was just now, right?
Exactly, in the last round. And here one gets the impression actually that White is doing extremely well. If you just look at the position, the White knight on d5 has already landed. Black's bishop is on e7 compared to White's bishop on c4. White has already castled. White is ready to set up the break with f4. So I'm very optimistic for White. And I perfectly understand why Rauf is taking his time. And now looking at the evil bar, I just cannot believe that the evil bar is right. I think that the evil bar is playing a joke on us.
Yeah.
Tell me we are right.
I mean, I think so. I mean, why shouldn't White just be loads better here?
It's impossible. There is only one reason why I think that computer could maybe think that the move bishop g4, hitting the rook on d1, and after rook d2, playing the move knight a5, trying to hit that bishop. But personally, after the move bishop g4, I'm very interested about sacrificing the exchange with f4. It's position exchange sacrifice. I want to put it on the board just to see how the computer will react to these moves. Bishop g4, hitting the rook, and I will just ignore it, computer. I don't care. I will play
new Peter
f4.
Lecco.
I don't care. I'm just highlighting, look at this, and this pawn formation. Okay, please take my rook. Unfortunately, the only thing that bothers me that I have to probably take with the king in order to keep an eye on this knight a5. If I could take on d1 and put my king on c1, I would really believe that I'm better. So, okay, I take with the king, regardless. And if black has to take, for example, or black gives up the center with ef, gf, I'm taking white. This is a wonderful position.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And Rauf is taking his time, he's thinking, because obviously he knows exactly that after bishop g4, if white plays rook d2, and he's able to eliminate that bishop on c4, that should be kind of fine. Computer disagrees. Wait a second, then what else would the computer do? Probably he puts the bishop on f3 first. Just to, okay, this we will never allow, that's for sure. Besides, knight a5 is also hanging there. Bishop g4, f4. I'm ready to fight it against computer.
Good luck.
Don't do this to me. I thought you will support. Yes, Peter, yeah, let's go.
I mean, I think you can do well, but these computers, they're just...
Yes. In such moments, I hate them because the reason it's not because of me. I hate them because of chess.
Yeah.
If somebody looks at this position and thinks that black is better, he might get the completely wrong impression that what black has done, it's fine or whatever, but it's based on some very special elements which from 100 times, 99 times will be bad. And that's why you cannot learn chess just purely from computers, because this is, computers live their special life.
Absolutely.
And just a second,
Talking
so instead
about
of
computers,
G3, wait a second, just to see that before G3 actually computer loved white. So yes, the point is that these pieces are clearly strong, and Rauf knows that after G3, bishop G4, F4 comes, and he's in a state of shock. He hates it. He hates it. Go ahead, Lawrence.
No, I agree with you about everything, but yeah, Ralph's a great little player. I never got to really know Ralph on a personal level, have to say, but by all accounts, he's a top guy, stand-up guy, And he's in that group of players that I would call uber creative. He's in that. He's in the Jobava camp, so to speak, of players that are naturally gifted, naturally creative, naturally artists, really.
Can we actually also get an update? What was his peak? I'm pretty sure that he was 27 plus.
Yes.
Let's just check out, so that we are not misinforming anyone. His current rating is 2657. I'm pretty sure that Rauf was over 2700 at some point.
I'm almost certain he was. Almost certain. And I'm trying to think.
2709. We are just getting thanks to our lovely producers. Big shout out to Sotiris and Leonard, working like maniacs behind the stage.
Yeah.
In 2017.
Yeah, not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, he got to over 2700 and classy guy. Love watching him play. But his position today?
Yeah.
Not in love with it.
I think that if we could ask Rauf, he will tell you, okay, don't look at my position now, please. Yes, that's the point. Also, he's the big fan of Manchester United. I think we already talked about it. Yes, he loves it.
Yeah, he's a big
fan. All right. Okay, let's move on, because Bishop G4, F4, I don't care what the computer says. Any good player would just hate black's position, and Rauf is a very strong player. He knows exactly that he would love to be white there. So what else do we have? You wanted to scroll down as well. There is the dark horse Max Todlu playing against another dark horse, the German hero Dimitri Kollars. Any game that catches your attention?
Not particularly.
Then let us check out Max Todlu against Parham. Parham, Max Todlu against Dimitri Kollars, because we haven't seen Max Todlu in action yet here, and we should. So, wow, wait a second. No. What is Parham doing? Of course, it's good news for my good friend Dimitri and for all the German fans, but wait a second. I'm really feeling sorry. What is this? What's this construction?
Looks dubious, doesn't it?
Looks horrible. How can white even survive?
Well, he played the birds.
Well, exactly. I wanted to say that this is the Dutch went horribly wrong, and it was f4, d5, a reversed kind of, but with the king on d1. And the reason why I picked Parham as my dark horse in our conversation, that I know that he's this crazily creative player, yes, that he never shies away for complications. He enjoys any kind of crazy positions, but that's his strength and his weakness at the same time, because sometimes keeping things simple, like going 1e4 here, having everything under control, instead of this, knight f2, e5, and black is already getting
much better.
Much better position, yes. Takes.
Yeah, this is ugly.
Will the Cinderella story of Dimitri Kollars, the player who lost kind of 30 rating points, breaking all the German chess fans' hearts because he was sick during the European individual tournament. He even had to withdraw because he was already unable. He was at some point 2 points up in a completely winning position. Even he couldn't convert because he was just not himself. Suddenly getting the reward and able to show his incredible skills because he's a fantastic player. A part of being a very nice guy. Maybe that's another weakness of him, that he's just too nice. Dimitri.
Indeed, yeah.
Bishop e3. What a bishop.
He's very quiet, isn't he, Dimitri?
Very quiet. Very nice, very humble. And at the same time, brutally strong.
Absolutely. Very, very strong player. By the way, Bishop c5 on move 7 was his longest move for 18 minutes. And c3 was also an 18-minute think by Magsudlu. So they're taking their time. They are not. This is not a fast game. 9. What do we move 9 already?
Move 8. Only move 8.
Yeah. Exactly. So we're on move 9, and a bishop is on e3. I mean, I saw Parham in the lift in the hotel in the
Prior to this game or prior to the morning game?
prior to this game. Oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon. The morning game.
In the morning game.
And I saw him last night as well, and he was wandering around. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but anyway, he's gonna have to walk this position off. I mean, he can't now because he has to sit there. But this is the sort of position you need to shake it out a little bit because this is just disgusting. I mean, D4 is coming.
I mean, if I would sit there from the white side, I would think that I have to design because I just can't even stand the look of it. But we see Parham on our camera as well, and we know him. He's interested in any position, and he will always find ideas. I'm already imagining him going rook f1, king c2, knight d1, kicking that bishop away, and suddenly his pieces will come to life, and then we will be laughing that, wow, Parham does it again, kind of thing. But if it would not be Parham, I would be very critical that, no, just what is this? He goes knight f3.
Okay.
He goes knight f3, so he wants to trade on e3. He will play rook f1 and queen d2. Those are the solid, stable moves. And actually, white is not worse. All of a sudden.
Well,
the knight is far. The h8 knight is far away.
That's true.
From action. So we are expecting a move like queen e7. Bishop takes e3. Queen takes e3. And rook f1 protecting the knight on f2 so that white will be able to kick that queen away with queen d2, and it feels already not so bad. It just maybe slightly worse. Something similar like Pranesh had a trouble with Sindalov. Yeah, the knight was on d6. Now there's a queen on e3, but white is fighting to get it out of the system.
Very tough game ahead there for... Parham as well. I mean, he's stayed loyal to Iran. A lot of players, of course, I don't need to go into any controversy regarding that subject, but he, as far as I understand, he's still playing under the Iranian flag, right?
Absolutely.
And Iran is a very interesting country because despite having a very small chess population. The quality of players
is insane.
I mean, insane. We're talking about...
Well, also Alireza we should put there because he came from there, yeah?
Of course he did.
He grew up there. He became a superstar in Iran.
You've got Parham, you've got Tabatabai, you've got... you've got some of the women players as well. Sarah Kadam, originally from Iran. And I mean, and of course, with Iran, there is the claim that maybe chess started from Iran, right? The modern chess that we know.
There is this claim, yes?
Could be, yeah. Could be, yeah.
It's
India, Iran.
India, Iran, yes. Yeah. Exactly.
But this position's gross. I mean, Parham's going to have to do... He's had worse positions.
Yeah, he had. And he came out. And the move queen e6, I'm surprised because intuitively I put that queen on e7 just to be out of any kind of jumps. And now I'm wondering, isn't white able to play a move like knight h4? And wait a second, what happened? Can white play the move knight h4?
What's the idea?
Well, the idea is that I'm setting knight f5, bishop h3. And also the bishop on e3, suddenly that stepping back with the queen to e6, assuming that anyway bishop e3, queen e3 will be automatically played.
And after bishop takes c1, you want to take on f5, do you? Or do you want to take back on c1?
Well, maybe I take back on c1 as well. I have many options. I think I just take back on c1. Because that bishop is not running away. Because bishop g6 will be met by bishop h3, and if you have to play f5, then suddenly this bishop on g6, pawn f5 construction will look very strange. All the dark squares can be... Well, maybe there is even a direct g4. Let me just even demonstrate this. What a horror show.
My goodness.
G4. And white almost wins in like 3 moves from that horrible... This is Parham Makhloudlu at its best. That he does something very strange. You think like, that's it. How can somebody play like this? And then you make one mistake the move queen e6, and Parham is thinking, and he will be playing knight h4.
Yeah, 100%.
This is state of shock for Dimitri and all his fans, because he was in such a lovely situation a move ago. Just fall back with the queen to e7, but suddenly knight h4, and we are having trouble on the hcc8 diagonal. What about this graphic? Lawrence,
yeah, let's have a look at this
tell
graphic.
us.
So, as I mentioned a few minutes ago on the stream today, we are going to have a few interesting graphics. You can see here, this is a win-draw-loss graphic generated by a neural network. For all of you interested in AI and AI-related topics, neural networks are truly changing the game. And unlike a standard engine where we would get white is +1 or +2, what we have is we have a percentage drawing, a percentage win, lose or draw evaluation.
Probability, yeah?
Yeah, probability. So for Dima to win, you could see that for the first 5 moves, the computer gave Dima what looks like a 25% chance of winning, right? Between 75 and 100. But that actually increased. So at some point, Parham, because we were talking, the opening was not very good. Suddenly, around move 5, for 5, 6, 7, the odds of Dima winning shot up to 50%. And now they've come back down again. So he's clearly made a few errors. And we see that also reflected in the Magsudlu winning opportunities.
And also look at the shaking leg of Parham. This tells the story, maybe even better than the AI, that he senses the moment. And I'm pretty sure that AI will catch up with the shaking leg of Parham, that, wait a second, what an opening I had, what a disaster, but I'm getting a golden opportunity. Parham is just insane. It's just fantastic what he's always doing. Provokes the opponent to make a mistake.
He does. Peter, talking about AI, have you seen these robots, how they're working nowadays? And it's incredible. The advancement is special. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because in a few years, there's going to be an AI robot that can access everything at the flick of a hand.
Yeah, I'm actually worried.
Yeah,
I'm worried of this development. Yeah, because I also know the chess development. Yeah, that first when the engines appeared, we kind of, as good grandmasters, super grandmasters, were kind of laughing that it's very nice, it's a lovely tool to use it, but we were using kind of our own ideas, checked and backed by the computer. And then slowly the evolution was leading where? That by now basically all the ideas are generated by the engine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they became so strong. And this is what I feel that this is scary.
Yeah.
Because it was, I feel like in chess development, the golden age was when a super grandmaster brings up his creative ideas, disagreeing with the computer, and then the computer thinking and agreeing that, yes, exactly, the maestro was right, or often was right, yeah? And all of a sudden now it changed that basically I, as a super grandmaster, when I'm working, I have to rely on the computer all the time, because actually whatever I suggest to the computer, he knows it better.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, the good old days have truly gone, Peter. Again, I know we're going off on a slight tangent here, but as I look at these young people, I feel like I kind of have to. But I'm still old enough, Peter, where I used to play adjourned games. We used to reach a position on a Saturday evening, and we just used to say, okay, write your sealed, it's your move, write it down, put it in an envelope, come back tomorrow, come back on Wednesday, finish the game. Can you imagine that nowadays? Sorry, yeah, we'll finish it in 2 days. It can't happen. So yeah, the
of course,
the times they are a-changing, as Bob Dylan.
Exactly.
I think Bob Dylan.
Yeah, Bob Dylan.
Was
yes.
it Bob Dylan?
It was.
I'm going to look really silly if it wasn't Bob Dylan.
No, it was.
Okay.
Because I also, with András Adorján, we were listening a lot of Bob Dylan's, of course. Yeah, it was part of the preparation, actually, back then, in my time, that we were listening to music. And I always felt like that listening to music actually helped me work on chess 6, 7, 8 hours a day on chess, because actually I was enjoying working on chess. I was listening my favorite songs, albums, and so on. And I'm also a generation who very much pays attention when the album came out and the album had a soul. Already when the track records are not according to the album, because everything has its spirit, soul, and so on, it drives me crazy. Yeah, we are old school. We can't change it.
Yep.
And Knight H4 on the board. The
Lovely.
horror show suddenly starts for Dima, and look at this. He's so upset. He drinks from the water, tries to calm himself down, but he just cannot believe how could I give this chance to Parham. And there was no doubt that Parham will play it.
Yeah, not in love with Dima's position here at all. And you can tell by the body language as well. I'm looking often in the camera and on the screen here, and Dima is, he's doing a good job with the poker face, but the truth is he's.
Yeah, now that Parham left, he's not doing poker face anymore. Yeah, he's holding his head. He's in full concentration mode, and he is very upset with himself. How did I let this happen just a couple of moves ago?
Yeah, the beautiful.
Beautiful position, completely in the driver's seat. And just to check for a second that after Bishop takes e1, you actually also asked this question, which is interesting, that what happens after Knight takes f5? Is that a move? Because there is this Bishop h3 idea coming. Okay, according to computer, this is not devastating, but when you are in a state of shock, now Dimitri has to calculate these lines. For example, Bishop takes b2. Can you take Rook b1, Bishop h3, Bishop h3? Where are all these things going? Probably you have to sidestep with the king and pray.
Yeah.
King b8, and maybe you get lucky.
Maybe you get lucky, yeah.
There is no discovered knight move.
No.
Okay, that's at least good news, but definitely you will spend some 5-6 minutes double checking this line as well. This brings us to the situation that after Bishop c1, we are expecting the move Rook takes c1. Now let me try to play the professional move King b8. What happens after King b8? Am I still kind of more or less okay with black?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Forget about advantage, yes. The knight is a little too far, so white will probably take on f5, queen takes f5, and then rely on this bishop. Maybe the king will move to b1, and then somewhere white will try to break with e4, opening up the bishop. Or maybe white will play with c4 and open the position exactly. King c2,
also
king b1, c4, and then we get this Benoni kind of structures. Wow.
Yeah, a lot can happen here.
Yeah, it's slightly better for white now, all of a sudden.
And another graph for you guys there. This one is self-explanatory. This is the clock times. So you are just plotting two graphs against each other, and you can see that both players played pretty, pretty straight. They're a straight line for these, the amount of time spent. Over 8 moves, they're very, very close to each other, both on about, Magsudlu's got 40 plus minutes, and Dima has got 48 minutes or something like that.
Yeah,
so
simply they both played slowly, right?
Yeah, they both played slowly.
Yes, Bishop takes e1 played. I also believe that we have talked enough about this game,
yes,
but it was very interesting, and it's very nice for us, I believe, to cover also players that we are not talking otherwise too much about, because they deserve the respect. They are brilliant players. But let's go back to Magnus and take a look. How is he kind of improving the position after f3? Knight a6, knight f1 happened. So Magnus actually is trying to transfer his knight to c4, and Viktor Mikhalevski, we talked about his understanding. He says, no, I will not let Magnus set up that grip, and he sacrificed the pawn himself with c5, c4, trying to get some active square for his knight, which was the idea of Magnus, to restrict both of black's knights. D takes c4, rook a d8, but it comes at the cost of a pawn, and white has a very solid construction. I'm not sure how much of a compensation this is. King c1, knight c5. It makes perfect sense. g3 restricting any knight jump. Magnus is all about restricting, and who knows, after knight f4 some knight d3 tactics would have been possible. And after g3, rook d7 on the board. Black is intending to play rook fd8, and I would say that if Magnus would be playing this game with the black pieces, would say that, wow, what a concept, brilliant concept, what an understanding. What is your feeling that, how does Magnus feel at the board? Good, yes? He's not impressed by all this.
He's not one to be bluffed, no. I think that he's going to find, he's going to invest some time because he just needs to find a way to consolidate and to mitigate risk here, but I don't believe in this setup. That said, you know, I'm looking at the position and it's not easy.
Not easy.
It's not easy.
I actually wanted to offer you that if you are such a disbeliever in black's position, I'm ready to take it on and let me fight with black, play with white. I want to see how easy is this over the board, because I wouldn't be so sure. But I agree with you that we trust Magnus. We know that somehow, because he plays like a computer, he's able to navigate things. But just to highlight one tactical possibility that I wanted to use against you, but I want to be fair.
Yes.
I know that you had a rough night and everything.
Yes.
So that after g3, rook d7, if I get the chance to play the move rook d8, and you play rook d1, then there will be rook d3 idea, which will be brutally strong. Let's just, for example, okay, white plays the move a5, which makes a lot of sense. Actually, I think it's a good move. But after rook fd8, if white follows it up with rook d1, then you have to reckon with rook d3. And don't tell me that there is knight a2, because I'm going crazy. I wanted to illustrate something, and exactly I put everything correctly. Don't tell me this, that knight a2 is the move.
Could be.
No, luckily not. Okay, good. I'm already quiet. I'm happy. And Magnus played the move. Yeah, he plays rook d1. He gets ready for rook d8. All eyes on Magnus, because this is not easy. This is not easy at all. It feels very strange. And can we just go back to this, that after rook d3, according to computer, everything is kind of fine for white, but we would be terrified, no?
Well, yeah.
Just to highlight that, of course, cd3 is not working.
Is there actually a threat, though?
d3.
Like, let's just say I went queen g f2.
Yeah, keeping, but I anyway take on c3.
And
Okay,
then?
queen f2 I take, and I win, no?
Do you?
At least I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, well, so if you...
That doesn't count, right?
I take?
Takes, queen takes c3.
King b1.
Okay, I have perpetual check already by hand. Queen before, I might have something else, but okay, draw is draw. It's fine, we are playing against Magnus Carlsen. Just highlighting that what a tricky kind of stuff this is.
Absolutely.
If somebody only looks with the computer, he thinks that, oh my God, Magnus is in a very comfortable situation. Computer gives something like maybe +1 advantage. No. It might be +1 if white plays brilliantly. And in fact, Magnus will have to show brilliancy here to untangle. We are expecting the move rook fd8 to happen. Also against knight a2, I always have this queen b6 setting up this pin. We will be seeing rook fd8 pretty quickly.
Yeah, and yeah, you never know.
Yeah, rook fd8.
Imagine he wins. We're completely ruling out of it. Imagine Victor Mikhalevski wins.
Yeah, well, in this position, I'm not ruling it out at all.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is a very tricky position. For example, if I would be white, I would think like I have to be super precise. Yeah, rook fd8 is played. I'm even, but that's how I find this, because I was thinking about some knight db1, queen a3 ideas, right? To somehow get to this queen, but knight db1 will be also met by rook d3. One could argue then I can't sacrifice on c3, you might remove your queen, but already it's too much for my nerves. It's just insane if that's possible. Very interesting position. I want to see Magnus's body language. He walked away, he will come back. He's how confident he is.
He's probably in the little area.
Resting area, yes.
Yeah.
Drinking some water.
Oh, he went to the toilet, did he? Yeah, we share a toilet.
Yeah, which is tricky.
Yeah.
And that's why I also feel that we are not using engine, because just in case, who knows, this is kind of tricky, but okay, rook d1, rook fd8 is played, and there are ideas. For example, just a tactical idea after knight cb1 and queen a3, there will be queen takes c4, and there is queen takes c4 immediately.
Oh my goodness.
Because after knight c4, rook d1 is a checkmate.
Unbelievable.
Just giving some more hints like how tricky this position is. So be careful. Be careful, everyone. Should we cheat? Because
sure.
If you ask me, I don't know what to suggest.
Sure, let's see what the engine says here. I've got a feeling that white should be able to stabilize, but it might only just say white is slightly better here because black is so active.
But no, as long as Magnus is not making move, I will not turn on the engine. Just I'm very curious because we want to also see how Magnus reacts to this. If we are already now showing, for example, what is the right move, we might lose the thrill of seeing how Magnus over the board untangles this. Personally, I'm not sure. Yeah, Magnus is back at the board. He is looking at the position. And this is a challenge. This is a very tough challenge. Probably you have to be Magnus Carlsen to be able to pass this test. And I have to give credit. Knight f1 c4, brilliant move by Viktor Mikhalevski. And this also shows why he has 4 out of 4 in the tournament. And you cannot underestimate him because he has this dynamic feeling. Actually, he has this dynamic feeling. And he always played very dynamic chess, also in the Catalan and so on. He never played the dry stuff. He was always the creative type of Catalan player. All the games that I'm remembering from him, and this makes perfect sense. And rook d7, rook d1, rook fd8. Magnus needs all his mastery. Is he worried? Let's take a look at Magnus. How satisfied he's eating, he's chewing something?
I don't think he's worried yet, but I think he's mildly annoyed that this has worked for black. And I think he was hoping for a kind of another very simple win to just get to 5 out of 5, but it's clear that at the moment that's not going to be the case.
Exactly. When he took bishop takes c6, he clearly expected that I will get the knight to d2, to c4, I will be torturing my opponent, I will very slowly prepare g3, I will decide where to go with my king, I will push f4 at the right moment, and so on. And all of a sudden the game is completely different. We get a completely different type, and I do see some nervousness. Take a look at Magnus's face.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and look at this. Yeah, this is the pose that I'm expecting in this position. Exactly, this is the pose. It's not easy. He's about to make a move, however. The move a5 makes sense, but this rook d3 move drives me crazy.
Yeah.
There is this rook d3. Could it be that from distance Magnus actually just thought like, I have everything under control, I will slowly kick this queen out with a5, knight a2, whatever, yeah, some ideas, but it's not the case. And also White's king cannot castle. Rook a3, wow, tranquilo. Super tranquilo move.
This would be my first thought.
It protects, cements the knight on c3. So after the move rook d3 that we were so worried about, actually black has 0 threat.
Yes.
That's the problem, that's the key, that black has 0 threat. And Viktor Mikhalevski is thinking like, who is this guy? Who is this guy who is so fearless? And my feeling is always that when you have a good position, it's an easy position, it's so easy to make a good move. But when you are under pressure, when it's not obvious and your opponent has a lot of threats, it's so easy to collapse. And that's when Magnus actually always keeps the control. This is what is the most impressive from my perspective when I see at Magnus's games, because I can also play very nice strategical games. I understand the finesses, but these kind of things that he keeps cool and he's able to play computer moves when things are out of control, that's the total package.
Yeah, I mean, they did the heart rate monitors, didn't they, recently for him?
Yes.
And it's amazing how low he keeps his heart rate. Like almost,
yeah, when he is the most excited, it's like 90.
Which is ridiculous.
If all the other players, okay, a part of we were also shocked by Gukesh and also other Indian players, they have very low heart rate. It's fantastic. So actually, we already kind of get a chance to understand that why they are practically so incredibly strong. their stress level is so much better.
Exactly. All right, so, well...
Yeah, now we can cheat. Just for a second, Magnus has made his move. Rook a3, I want to see that and I'm also stepping back one move. Yeah, so here, what was the main move of the engine? And it is rook a3. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, there you have it. Magnus Carlsen, world's #1, and he is world's #1 for a reason. He plays the move rook a3, which was the first line of the computer. And I just want to check out that a5 is the second move. After a5, rook d3, computer plays the move. First, the computer says, just go queen g1. Okay, what is it? Rook takes c3.
Yeah.
I'm not winning. B takes c3. Wow, because the queen protects the rook on d1. This is insane. What a difference after king b1, queen b4 check, you can play knight b3. Small detail, but it changes the whole world. The rooks are attacked, and after rook takes d1, queen takes d1, protects back on b3. Gorgeous.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, insane kind of stuff. But yeah, Magnus opted for rook a3, the top choice of the computer. Still, it's not. For example, I played the move a5, and it's the move that computer wants to play. It's a very logical move, avoiding white to somehow try to trap the queen. A5, and how easy it is to continue. Actually, the engine is dropping. It's not so easy.
Yeah, it's actually fine. You can run out of moves here as white. That's the really big problem. And black has got lots of where he can go h6, king h7. The knight on g6 isn't doing much. He can maybe reroute the knight.
Yeah, you can just improve and then somehow, I don't know, even maybe the fancy kind of maneuver.
Yeah, put it round on d6.
Yes, and then it gets tricky.
Yeah.
And one thing, knight a2, I think always runs into queen takes c4. Because looks is I have queen takes a2. Maybe I can even go back with the queen to b6, but I think this is kind of a very nice, beautiful tactic that we have to show. Knight takes c4, rook d1, checkmate would be horrible news for white. So
okay, I'm going to do something crazy.
All right.
You ready?
Yes. First of all, I'm switching off the engine.
No, it's not a move. I'm calling it. 0-1. 0-1. Mikhalevski wins today with black against
and he
Magnus.
goes a5 here, yeah? Just total blockade or what?
He goes a5. Something happens. I've just got a bad feeling for I've got a bad feeling. Maybe it's just because I've been under the weather and I don't know what's going on. I'm in a daze. Food poisoning makes you hallucinate. Did you know that?
Well, okay, once you have food poisoning, you are just completely eliminated, no? You just can't do anything.
That's it. So but I'm still here fighting.
Team spirit.
I'm fighting.
Team spirit.
I'm here still.
That's it.
Although there was one moment where I didn't want to be anyway.
But okay, when we see all this action, all the players fighting,
I live for it. I think a5 is very... look, listen.
Exactly.
It's not going to be 0-1, but maybe it is.
It will be a hell of a fight.
Can you imagine?
If black plays a5 and understands that actually I should just do nothing, just sit a5, h6, king h7, Magnus style. Yeah.
Very tough for white. No moves.
And then you can basically turn the table like Magnus, which side you prefer, because I'm playing the moves that you would love to play.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, let's see what else we have.
Got? Yeah.
Well, where you want to go? Okay, let's go to Chopra against Niemann. Let's get an update how bad it is, because we were really worried for Hans and for Kramnik, because we know exactly how Kramnik feels about this position, and this is the current situation. The game is developing according to our understanding, as we highlighted, that black cannot really do anything. I'm already wondering and thinking about some rook d5 sacrifice. It's not out of the box at all. Not out of the blue. Yeah, for example, let me put rook d5. Why isn't this working? cd5, rook d5. The queen has to fall back all the way to h8, and I will have some queen h7 moves.
Yes, love it.
I don't know. This is looking very dangerous.
Love it.
And then rook b5. and then the knight can be transferred via e3 to d5.
Oh my God.
Look at those pieces. The position is cut into half.
Look at this queen. Oh.
It's crazy. And Arjan is definitely thinking about it. Of course, since he has the upper hand, he has to double, triple check. He should only make a sacrifice like this if he's 100% sure, because otherwise he can just enjoy. But the point is that if the rook retreats to d2, then black might have the move queen c5, and probably this is the idea what Hans has in mind. But rook d5, I would be seriously worried. What else is in store? What else is in store? The knights are just so dominant, the structure. The pawns can't move backward. Yeah, that's why always pay attention to every kind of squares that you are weakening. How would you play, Lawrence? Would you dare to sacrifice, or you think like, wait a second, I'm having such a nice position, I shouldn't go crazy, shouldn't be giving my opponent chance that he survives my attack and somehow comes out on top?
I can't help myself, so I would give up.
You would, yeah?
Yeah, because,
It's a whole rook, though.
Yeah, so what?
It's not your rook.
It's all right. It's not my rook.
Yes.
It's always good sacrificing other people's material.
Yes, so let's put it. Yeah, rook d5, cd5, rook d5. The attraction is that black really doesn't have a square because the two knights are taking away every single square. The h2 square is also protected by white's queen. So the black queen has to fall back all the way to h8, and the move queen a7. That's the move that is so attractive. That's the move that's so attractive. I do see the evil bar dropping. I don't understand that why it does not appreciate queen a7, and what would be otherwise. Maybe just take on a5. Okay, I will just take on a5 for a second because we don't have the engine on. But can I just take and then I will play b4 and you don't have even access to the c5 square, and just very slowly play the position?
Possibly.
What can black do? Yeah,
Can't do much.
Look at all the pieces completely boxed in, and then just b4 and slowly, step by step, I'm improving. Rook b5, queen b6 will be a horrible threat. I'm very worried for black.
Yeah, and you can see there that on the graph, the win-draw-loss ratio via the neural networks, things are trending up for white. So the odds of a black win, if you're a Hans Niemann fan, according to the neural networks, he's got less than a 10% chance of winning this. That is not good. Whereas white has got around 40%, actually closer to 50%.
But he goes back, yeah. I understand. Of course, it's a practical game. Definitely, Arjan is a very aggressive, very sharp player. We have just seen it in his previous game. But he was afraid that maybe I miscalculate something or something goes wrong, what will happen? And Hans actually jumped back with the knight to c5. He's kind of offering a repetition. Of course, he wants to get rid of this game.
Of course.
But with these statistics, with this graphic, I perfectly agree with the computer, that this is 10% chance for black, the maximum. In fact, basically black only has 10% because white is playing for a win. Black himself can't do anything. Whenever white says, I had enough, black will jump with both hands to grab that hand from white, that we can call it a day. But white should put everything in his power to try to convert this. This is such a wonderful position.
All right.
All right. So
Beautiful.
what else? Yeah. What else do we have?
Well, what we might do, Peter, as well is just go for another quick breather, because we're now at really the middle stage of this round.
That's true.
So there are no decisive positions just yet, it seems, on the top boards. Both players with about 35, 40 minutes each. So we've got a long way to go for this round, and we've got, these days are long. As you guys know, we started at 9:30 in the morning, and we're here until 10 in the evening. So the days are long, and we want to make sure that we can maintain the energy levels. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a very quick breather. Don't go anywhere, though, because all the top games are still going on, and I think we're going to see after the break perhaps some big developments and who is going to be pushing forward in this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back in just a few minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. This is live coverage of the Grenke Chess Festival, round number 5. We are officially past the halfway point. We can see, we did see a graphic there, but it left promptly. What we can see is Magnus Carlsen with the special, what do we call it? The chess cam, something like that. We'll market it. A little camera at the edge of the board, so we can see Magnus twiddling with the piece, facial expressions. There's a bit more of a side-on view, portrait view of him. He is currently playing Viktor Mikhalevski, the surprise package of this tournament so far. Viktor Mikhalevski, everybody knows Viktor Mikhalevski because he's been a grandmaster for longer than most of these guys have been alive. Probably Viktor, what is he, in his early 50s, I would guess?
Something like this.
Yeah. He's been a grandmaster for longer than these guys have been alive. There he is there. And I was just about to, by the way, the move that was played was the move that I was thinking about. And
it's a stabilizer.
Yeah. He's playing Magnus Carlsen after having a phenomenal tournament so far, beating a couple of really strong grandmasters along the way. And it's no easy task playing the afternoon game black against Magnus Carlsen. Don't think most people want that. Nonetheless, he's doing a really good job of just making a real fight of it. And knight b3 is an attempt here by Magnus to relieve a bit of the stress in his position, because it was very packed.
Packed, exactly.
Yeah.
So let us just put back the last move. Yeah, it was knight d2, knight d2 b3 played. We were really thinking like the move a7, a5 very much in Magnus' spirit, that how will Magnus react to it. He spent a lot of time and then opted for the move knight b3, trying to get clarity. One thing I would like to immediately highlight, that after the move queen takes c3, the stunning queen sacrifice, luckily for white, there is b takes c3, because if queen would capture, then of course it's rook takes d1 checkmate. There is no intermezzo because the queen is hanging with check. So very important, after queen takes c3 is b takes c3 and rook d1 king b2, white wins on the spot. So this is the justification behind knight b3. Clearly you have to watch out for all these tactics. What Magnus is saying, that yes, I'm ready to give back the pawn. For example, after knight takes b3, rook takes b3. First of all, after queen takes c4, there are even ideas like rook takes b7 in the air. I don't know, would we take it? Because rook d1, knight d1, queen takes a4. How easy, simple is it? But let's just show for our audience.
Then
because
queen
this
a7 at the end of that line.
This is beautiful, but it does not seem to work.
Queen a7 at the end?
Well, rook takes, why? Takes and just queen f1. Wait a second.
Queen f1
Queen f1 wins on the spot.
Yes.
Wow. Very easy to miss move. But yes, of course, Magnus will never blunder this. However, it means that black is able to regain the pawn by taking on b3 and taking on c4, and then white would, how would white react?
Maybe he just wants to find a way to stabilize here, play a move like rook d7, queen e2, and just...
Yes, but then we are heading towards an
queen
endgame.
d4.
By the way, I will not trade queens,
Of
exactly.
course.
If queen e2, queen c5, we get this lovely diagonal, then it's tricky.
Then I might put the king on b1, hide it on a2, and just claim that I should be okay. But yeah, I don't think that black should be worse there. By the way, there was a cute other variant. If you go back...
Yes, to knight b3.
Can we play knight takes a4?
Wow. What is
No,
this?
I guess we can't.
I take on d7.
No, sorry, I'm trying to do the other way around.
Yes, so take on d1.
Take on d1 first.
Yes, knight takes d1 and take
on
on
a4. Of
Like
course,
this.
this is what I meant.
Yeah, this. Yeah, of course. But wait a second. So if c3, you take queen takes c4, knight takes a5, you have queen b5.
And by the way, knight takes b2 is a threat. Beautiful, because
wow,
everything is hanging.
that's lovely.
Just
Let's
put
just show
h4,
this
h4
exactly. let us put h4. If there is a non-move, well, first of all, also with rook d1, king, knight
knight
b2,
b2,
knight,
yeah,
but
that's true.
also this is just lovely to show the motive. Yeah, if knight takes b2, then queen h3 and king b2, rook takes d1. But clearly in this construction, after h4, rook d1 is finishing the game off one more time with the same idea, and the rook is falling. So be careful. It means after takes, well, my intuition was for c3.
And if queen takes e4?
But also then you have rook d1 and
also
rook d1, king c2. But okay, that's no, c3
You're reaching.
Is horrible. No, I can't play this move.
So we need a move here.
Can I play knight c3? I can play knight c3. A shocker.
Wow.
A total shocker which computer doesn't agree with. But I want to shock you.
And what's the idea if I play, for example...
Don't play the good move, please.
I don't, yeah.
Don't.
I wish I knew what the good move was. Okay, knight takes e3.
Well, then I play queen takes c3. That was my trap.
Yeah.
Now I think I'm almost winning.
Because
Look
you
at
pick
this,
up a5.
Yeah, and b6, c5, I'm breaking the structure.
Yeah.
This was my trip,
Yes.
my big
Yes.
trap, but after knight c3, there is also queen takes c4 idea with queen f1. Then I have knight d2, but this is already too messy. It's crazy. No, I can't play like this. But then wait a second. So rook d1, knight takes a4 is a very serious move.
This will happen, by the way.
It could easily happen.
Yeah, this will happen.
Yes.
Trust me. This is going to happen. And then we're going to have to see... Magnus has left the board now. Now, this is... I'm sure this is the priority, the position of priority that he is that he's thinking about. But I genuinely don't know what you're supposed to do here as well.
Well, there is a threat of rook takes d1. So... Well, I don't want to move the queen from e3. I have knight d2, but then you will go back with the knight to c5. I'm not really understanding what I'm gaining. With knight c3, I set this trap. Yeah, that's why I was interested about playing that move. What on earth can I do here?
I tell you something. Victor's having some fun analyzing this. He's either stressed or he's having fun. I can't tell. And Magnus away from the board, I think he's going to be a bit stressed. But I can't see a way.
Well, I even already started thinking about rook takes a4, queen b6, exchange sacrifice that I'm kind of kicking that queen away, but it doesn't bring me anything.
No.
So I can't do this. But you are driving me crazy. That you suggested the move, I'm trying to find an antidote and I'm unable to come up with something very good. Because knight d2, knight c5, that's also good for you.
Correct.
I see the evil bar still saying white is somewhat, but I don't know why. I don't really understand, because okay, if queen c3, queen takes b4, a b4, maybe because after queen c3 I'm targeting the a5 pawn after such a strange construction. Okay, let me play queen c3. This is, at least it gives me stability. But I have seen this move right from the beginning, but it didn't. I thought like I should be able to find something better. It doesn't look so impressive. But the knight on g6 is too far. That's probably the key. The pawn on a5 is hanging, so white is starting to capture. And if you play the move b6, or what would you do with black? I don't want to influence.
I don't really know. Difficult to say.
Yes, suddenly white got stability. The point what I would like to highlight is that after queen c3, knight takes c3, b6, there is knight b3.
Yes.
I think that's a key move. And that's what I said. If the black knight would already be on f8, then black would just play knight fd7 and would laugh. Like, okay, everything is under control. But it's just one move away. And if the knight moves, white breaks with c5. And if black takes, then after rook takes b3, the pawn on b6 is falling. Very tricky kind of stuff. So that's why I was suggesting that maybe you should play the move b6 here, just for stabilizing purposes. And why is this bad? Why is this worse at all? I wasn't able to understand.
No.
Okay, probably I should take on b4, but okay, takes, rook a7, and so what?
I would take black here.
The knight on c5. You start knight f8. You start the journey.
I take black here all day.
And knight fd7, and you have harmony. Okay, computer is computer. It probably knows what he. Why?
Well, are we cheating? We're not going to cheat, are we?
Yeah. Okay. Now we can cheat. Okay.
But we have to go back, right?
Yes. Okay. Also, here, well, so far I think everything was correct. So after knight b3, let me turn on the engine. Engine says that yes, black has two options: taking on b3, taking on d1, and then taking on a4. This is the main suggestion.
And after knight takes a4?
But what about this rook d1, knight a4 business that we discussed? Wow, queen, just queen. Okay,
what move?
Queen e2.
No, this is impossible.
I have seen the move, but
it's impossible.
You really have to be a computer. I think.
What is this move anyway?
Well, okay, just protects against this, sets up probably the c3 threat, because the knight is kind of vulnerable.
Knight b2, king b2, a4 exists.
But then c3 and queen b6, c5, I'm kicking the queen away. Probably it loses. You still have queen b5, by the way.
No, your queen's on e2.
Yeah, but queen b5, cb, and both knights are hanging.
Oh my god.
Yes, but okay, probably even this is bad, but it just shows that it's crazy. And one thing I want to highlight, that one move that completely was missed by me is the move knight f2, because it looked like, what is this? I'm giving up. I'm now already pawn down. I'm pawn down, and computer says knight d3, white is much better. Suddenly that knight on a4 is kind of strangled. This is an illustration why we hate playing against the computers, and we don't play against the computers at all, because this is insane. It's from a different planet. We turn off the engine immediately. That's it. And we are looking for Victor, how he will react. One of the lines that this line I can kind of associate with takes, and then take on a4.
Yes.
And then threaten queen a1 check.
Yeah, this is definitely possible.
It's a very human way. Then white probably plays the move rook a3. We pick up the pawn on c4. White picks up the pawn on a5, but then there is always this queen f1. We talked about this already. So why is this then? What is Magnus intending to play after this? Very interesting. Just takes, and takes on. No, sorry. Knight takes b3 first. This is the correct move order. Knight takes b3. We provoke rook takes b3. Rook takes d1. Knight takes d1, and queen takes a4. We take like this.
I would be worried here as Magnus. Seriously worried. Queen a1 check is no queen a1. Rook
queen a1 is a mating threat.
Rook take queen takes rook a3, queen takes c4.
Yeah, well, basically, if not rook a3, then knight c3. There is we don't have other moves. But knight c3, queen takes c4, threaten queen f1 checkmate. What is computer doing to us?
No, forget it. It's broken.
What is computer doing to us? Okay, I will ask, because this is now completely crazy. What is this? Rook d3. I haven't even seen it as a candidate move.
But it's actually very logical, right?
Well, logical, yes, but somehow the third rank was occupied with all the knights.
Yeah.
And the d3 square was where I wanted to sacrifice my rooks, and I don't know what. And rook d3 gives apparently some advantage for white. But all this is so difficult to figure out, of course, for me, for Victor. It's now super tough that he has so many options and nothing is obvious. Yeah, there were so many questions that you raised, I raised, computer raised, and it wasn't clear that how to react to it. Down to 18 minutes.
Don't believe this graph. I think this graph here, the win-draw loss graph, I think it's very skewed in Magnus's favor here. I think that Viktor Mikhalevski has got a greater chance than 10% of winning this position. I would actually say it's closer to 20.
Well, in any case, a very tricky position.
Yeah.
Look at how we're done the screen. It shows Vincent has some advantage with black. Mamedov is clearly better with black, and Sindalov is kind of clear. What exactly? I don't know. Okay, we don't know. We never know. but it was kind of, we have to check it out. In fact,
Yeah.
now we have, and also Max Todlu has taken over against Dimitris. So let's jump to Pultinavicius Sindarov. What has happened here? What on earth is going on? Bishop takes b3, played by Sindarov with black. White captures rook takes g4. Yes, okay, we know knight f5 is coming. And after bishop e6, knight h5 is coming anyway. The sacrifice. Wait a second. Bishop e6. Rook take g7.
Yes, that's the
on the board.
Oh my
and
God.
look at Sindarov, he's frozen.
Oh,
he
no.
just cannot believe. Rook g7, knight h5.
Oh, no. Knight f6.
And
It's
knight
over.
f6. And he's a brilliant attacker and he missed it.
It's over.
Pultinavicius coming from the classical open.
It's over.
He comes and delivers checkmate.
What a stunner.
To Sindarov.
He missed it.
He completely missed it. We came
Wow.
at the
What a
right
move.
moment. And
What
the
a
stare by Pultinavicius on Sindarov. Did you see this coming? By the way, Fabi has won his game against Martin Keymer. So Fabi is 4 out of 5. He's climbing back.
Yep.
But look at this sacrifice, and we have to show it. King takes g7, knight h5. Wow, also Liang Gavander finished his game. I wonder how did he finish? What happened there? Seems like he has won.
Yeah.
So all the guys coming from they were so hungry.
Yeah.
They were so hungry. Knight h5 check. So if black king goes back to h8, then there is knight f6. Threatening queen takes h7, checkmate. And if the black king tries to run out to h6, then also knight f6.
Correct.
And it's not only about queen h7, there is this queen h4 check. King g7, queen takes h7, checkmate threat.
And if rook h8, for example?
Then queen h4, queen g5, queen h6, the zigzag.
Is mate.
Yes, it's checkmate.
Oh, it's beautiful.
There is no defense. There is just no defense. Unbelievable.
He got tricked somehow, didn't he?
He got tricked because the computer showed that he is doing fine. He's having an advantage, takes, but he has fallen for the trap. After queen e4, apparently maybe a move like c4 followed by queen c5 looks actually a very solid move that black can never be worse, kind of, right? For example, if we are, but maybe black can even get better, but after the move bishop takes b3, rook takes g4, it's all fours, the bishop is hanged, the bishop has to retreat to e6, got the f5 square, and clearly poor Sindarov has completely forgotten about this tactical shot. Rook takes g7. By the way, do we see Finyak there against Alexander Grishchuk? I think it is.
Yes.
Finyak against Grishchuk. So what a tournament for the young Czech prodigy, playing already against Magnus Carlsen, now he plays against Alexander Grishchuk. What a golden opportunity, facing all these superstars. But yeah, pure Sindarov, that's it. It's over. No, usually he's the one delivering all these checkmates.
Yeah.
Like this.
All right.
All right, yeah, let's move on. What else do we have? Let me check out on Aryan Chopra. Any updates? Wow, it's an endgame. Okay, white is torturing. Yeah, this is a very nice kind of endgame, but I believe that in endgame with also weakness on f3, at least there are serious drawing chances for black. I really feel like, because there is this monster knight on e5 as well. The rook on f6 is kind of trapped, but does a great job keeping an eye on the h6 pawn, but much more importantly, hitting the pawn on f3. So it will be a long grind. We can move on. What about Vincent against Rasmus? This is the current position. It turned into a French, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a French, and clearly Vincent, oops, no, definitely not that one. b5 would be a losing move.
Mm-hmm.
Then already let's talk about it for a second. b5, b4. So what I wanted to highlight is a5, bishop a6 is the direction. Also combining it with h5. If that knight moves away, then also bishop a6 gains in strength. Black wants to cement then his knight on f5, and potentially in long run also to break with c5. And white is down to 12 minutes on the clock, and it's Vincent's move. No, actually all this happened already. Knight f1, All these moves blitzed out. A5, knight e3. White is rerouting the knight. Black plays bishop a6, rook d2. That's the live position. Lovely for black, no?
Yeah,
thanks to this bishop.
Couldn't ask for much more really in an ending like this. So
the only question is how much it is, and how easy it is to break. I believe that Rasmus has done a great job of transferring his knight to e3, giving some stability for his position. There is also the idea of going knight f5, a kind of surprising move. That after knight takes f5, g takes f5, I'm transforming the structure and then try to play h5, h4 and play in a banker gambit kind of style, playing against all these pawns. Also a possibility. Very interesting to see how, well, let me actually cheat for a second, just to see that what kind of options. And according to computer, there, I wanted to ask you that, would you at all consider move bishop takes e2?
no.
No, right?
Well, no, that's not true. I would actually.
Yeah, but you would kind of dismiss it that it's a little bit timid. It's not the way to play for advantage. No, this is kind of my feeling. And the reason why I'm highlighting this is that the computer actually thinks that this is a very clever kind of way. Takes, go h5, play king b7, play then the move c5, and you just play on the nerves of your opponent that white can never do anything, and black is the one who is apparently pressing, but humanly speaking, with the knight on e3, you would feel like there is no way I'm going to lose this with white.
No.
So Vincent will never, okay, I will not say never, but knowing that he is ambitious, he wants to find something better than bishop e2. And let me just put this knight f5 on the board for a second. So knight f, yeah, exactly. I was worried that white uses the chance to go knight g3, exactly. And after rook g4 to play knight h5. This was my kind of worry, and computer confirms, even sacrificing the pawn. But then suddenly this bishop is out of the game. Yeah, so it's a very tricky kind of situation. A wonderful pawn sacrifice. By the way, according to the computer, it's not a pawn sacrifice because the computer wants to win the pawn back like this, and it's out of control. At least the evaluation is out of control, and since black is in control, we don't want to allow this to happen.
But all three results possible.
Yes, exactly. So I'm switching off the engine. It was enough. A small little detour. Vincent is taking his time. He also knows that he plays against a very solid Rasmus, so he needs to, if he wants to win, and he goes for c5. It's the most kind of natural move. Let's get the pawn rolling. White will react to it, I believe, with a move like c3, and then Vincent will take it from there.
Yes.
All right. So what is your feeling? Where should we move? Should we check out on Magnus? What did he do? What happened in that game? Actually, Victor had to make a decision after knight b3, and we have to check out.
No, that's not the position, is it? That can't be the position.
What? Did he really take on c3? And he took it. But this is pure panic.
What is this?
After spending 20 minutes, he couldn't have blundered b takes c3 because otherwise he would have captured queen takes c3 even instantly. But what is we love positional sacrifices. We are artists, but this one...
We are artists, we are not suicide bombers.
Yeah, this is... What is this?
This is... I have absolutely no words for this.
I mean, what is the hope that black is counting on? I'm just not getting it.
He takes b3.
Yes, okay. Let's just put it on the board.
Or king takes b3.
To highlight that, yeah, this is checkmate on the spot. So that's why we can't really be hoping on this. King takes b3 looks very strange because then rook b1 check, king a2, rook dd1, and then this crazy construction that due to the triple pawns, we can't escape with the king. We are losing the game. Stunner, but the bad news for black is that the most natural rook takes b3. He's counting on moving the rook and rook dd1 and delivering this checkmate. I mean, that's what he's relying on. Okay, you were very harsh. Please find a defense then.
Okay.
You are queen up. You are in a completely winning situation. Please find a win then. Because we were so harsh, we actually have to even give credit for Mikhalevski coming up with this incredible concept. What a concept it is.
I mean, it's amazing.
It's amazing concept.
Amazing. It's truly amazing. There's no way that he could have blundered his queen. He's just far too good for that.
But you know the problem that I see here? That there is c5, rook dd1, c4, creating the c3 square for the king.
Well
Actually,
done.
that's a very simple kind of exit. Just to highlight that the line with rook b7, I mean rook takes b7, rook dd1, and then rook b8 check, king f7, queen a7 check. This is, what is it, king f6? Where is the checkmate? There is no real follow-up, and there is apparently the mating. Oh no, also now you can.
Yeah, it just
no, but yeah, you can play c5.
No, you can do this.
Because when you play rook a1, threatening checkmate, then white simply plays c4.
Or king b4.
And yeah, Magnus takes with the rook on b3, of course. The rook will move from d1. There is no other move.
Yeah.
But the reason why we are also very skeptical that white also has this simple idea of going c5, c4, and then the king can always run out to c3. One has the feeling it's too brilliant to be true.
Almost.
This is kind of the typical. But why on earth did Victor feel like that he has to come up with this brilliance?
He didn't have to do that.
He didn't have to. Exactly. Now I just feel that what did he miss? That there is an escape route, but he needs 1, 2, 3 moves to threaten anything. That's a little bit too much.
Yeah, unfortunate for Victor. Magnus will find a way.
He will, and he already went for a walk. Magnus already has figured it out. So a stunning sacrifice, but it will backfire. But yeah, it's nice that we didn't miss out on this because it was important to discuss. And the reason why Magnus was thinking before going rook takes b3 was not the reason because he was thinking like, what am I doing? He was already calculating, of course, all the consequences. And by now he has figured it out. Okay. One thing I want to highlight, because you remember the computer was showing that in the line with rook takes b7 something was okay for black, and the reason is that after rook b8 check, knight f8 should be played, because this case, rook h1 on the board. This case the rook is unprotected, so black in fact has a big threat with rook b1 check. So white probably has to take on f8 and look for an exit with a draw. So I'm actually lying on the defense with c5, c4. This is the professional way. And getting access to the c3 square for the king, finally.
All right, I'm going to let you choose another game, Peter.
Should I?
Yeah,
Should I choose? Yes, I will choose, but I actually prefer just to stay here because I believe that Magnus will make his move. And we can see on his body language that he will make the move c5. I'm pretty confident about it. There is simply the exit square on c3, which probably Victor has completely forgotten about. Just c5, so tempting. Just so tempting. What else could it be? There are also some other ideas. Wait a second. There is an idea as well. But okay, I'm already biased towards c4, c5. That was the first exit. But now that I already know that I have an exit, I already spot that I have king a2, rook b2, king b3 construction as well. But then I'm overpegged. So I would really love to play c4, c5. But there is this exit road as well for white with king a2, rook b2, king b3. Very funny little touch. But okay, forget about it. c5 and c4, king to c3. That's so much more natural. That's so much more natural. And actually, if we are talking about all this, then there is rook a3, rook a2, king a3 construction as well. So there are kind of three ways to hide with the king, but I still prefer c5 and c4. That's the most natural one, but this is insane. What a construction. Magnus trying to work it out. I'm pretty sure that he has already worked it out. He wants to decide if we are kind of correct, that he has three different options that so far we have located. I was very happy to see c5. That's my kind of solution. And in the meantime, also we are seeing some updates there downstairs that Dominguez is clearly better. Rapport in some trouble against mates, and Vachier-Lagrave apparently, but those are computer evaluations. It can also be that after one move, things are completely different. So I would not read too much into that. And Magnus is about to make a move. He will play the move c5. Because you just don't, if you see that there is a way to keep the rook on b3, and yes, there we go. Magnus is about to move. And little bit Mikhalevski is sitting like in a pose, what have I done? What have I done? Magnus about to move a pawn. Yes, c5 on the board. Of course, the professional move, the very professional move, c5. And he's going to go c4 after rook dd1, gets out of this mating net. And then finally, he makes perfect sense to the triple pawns. And it's kind of a irony of the game that Mikhalevski was the player who had two double pawns. And then finally, Magnus will win the game with triple pawns and hiding his king between all those pawns. What is your feeling, Lawrence?
Yeah, I think it's a shame. He kind of just lost his head at the wrong moment, did Mikhalevski. I thought he'd played a really interesting game until that point where he sacrificed the queen, which clearly he knows as well he didn't need to do. And as a result, he's gifted Magnus a really easy point in a position which he could have made him work a lot harder for.
Exactly. Yeah, there were many questions that we addressed. It would be lovely if Magnus, for example, wins now quite smoothly, if he would join our studio and then we could address him. What were his thoughts? That how much compensation he thought Black has, how comfortable he felt. But the point is that he had foreseen this rook a3 knight b3 idea, so he was never worried. He knew that actually, yes, Black has lovely compensation, but actually I always have a safety net and position where maybe I'm not really better, but only I can be better. So this is always with Magnus the most impressive story, that he always finds a way. So now c5 on the board. Now we can move, because this is a horror show for Mikhalevski, realizing that actually White escapes with the king, so there is no mating net. What else do we have? Pultinevicius is clearly crushing through. Mendonca against Sarana. We haven't looked at that, and this is board number 2. The other players who have 4 out of 4. This looks like a classical chess game.
Yeah, now this, I was about to say, this looks very much like a classical game.
It feels like the player just switched to classical mode. Enough of freestyle. We have seen, like Lianga Van der Pultinevicius burning for freestyle, give us the freestyle, and Mendonca and Sarana says, okay, we had enough excitement already. Well, it's e4, e5, bishop c4, solid Italian, and it landed, result in this position where actually Black is slightly better. This pawn structure and the fact that Black has this lovely knight on g6, a very mobile knight which can jump in, hop into f4, creating some problems. If White releases the tension with ed, well, it's not Black to move, but basically if ed happens, then also Black Okay, what white is trying to set up is the move EDD B4. Yeah, if white gets that structure, then he will be very solid. However, it's black to move, and the last move was the move C2, C3. So he needed this stabilizing move. And we see some moves. What happened here? I feel like we got cheated. There are so much more moves that happened in this game compared to what we are witnessing. Look at this. It's a completely different. No, this is a technical issue.
Okay.
We have to move from here.
We'll move on. Yep.
Because this is not. Let me try to refresh. No, the refresh button also does not work. All right. So apparently more or less balanced, or how could we evaluate the situation? Yeah, more or less balanced. Okay, let's move on. This is a technical issue. Aryan Chopra, is he making progress? He has lined up against the pawn on h6 now. Niemann is switching the defense. He moved the knight to g6. Yeah, the knight moved to g6, then jump back to e5, move back to g6. You can do that as long as you don't leave the piece. You can, of course, move it back, and you only have to move with that piece. Yeah, that's the rule. So his idea is that to knight h6, there is the move knight f4. However, does this work? Because there are ideas like knight g8, rook g6, rook h8.
Amazing. Yeah?
And then bishop g7, it's just the beginning of the story. It might work out for black. One has to calculate, but the computer signals us, and we are getting this help. Is it just like maybe knight h6 to f5 and play with this exchange sacrifice and the locked rook on f6? I want to see this move because, oops, yeah, so knight takes h6, knight hf4. This is Tigran Petrosyan kind of sacrifice. Knight takes h3, rook takes h3. Please, sir, enjoy that rook on f6. If you go rook g6, I'm going to go rook h7, making sure that the bishop from f8 can never move, and I'm slowly shuffling with so many possibilities.
I love it.
This is very tricky. This is very tricky. So Aryan Chopra, with 10 minutes on the clock, there is a game which finished. Yeah, Pultinovic just crashed through against Sindarov with that stunning attack. And I want to see this exchange sacrifice. This is so, and the reason why white should not sacrifice on h6 was then we got rid of the bad bishop, but more importantly, thanks to the knight on g6, there will be rook h8 trading a pair of rooks, which clearly will benefit black. So the exchange sacrifice has to be executed in a very precise manner by taking on h6 and after knight f4 just jumping back to f5. Aryan is about to make a move. Will we see this sacrifice? We should. We already missed out on one rook sacrifice on rook d5, which is understandable.
We should demand it.
This is a risk-free exchange sacrifice, very promising. But he's moving towards some. No, he was rook h1. Wait a second. They are repeating. Don't tell me. Rook h3, knight g6, rook h1, knight e5, rook 1 h2, knight g6, rook h1 back. Now Hans will jump back to e5. He looks at Aryan. Yes, let's call it a day. It's a logic. This is a psychological kind of reaction by Hans, very professional, indicating yes, it's the logical outcome of the game. Nothing to be done. While deep inside, he knows exactly, give me white, give me white, and I'm gonna crush you.
Of course.
Aryan, you should not believe.
He should also know this, Aryan.
Well, he was fighting like he made some crazy kind of decisions against Arjun in the time scramble. Yeah, that he had an easy win, but he was going for the maximum, queening both his pawns, not being afraid of getting checkmated whatsoever. So he's a fighter. But how good he can control his nerves, and will he keep an open mind that, wait a second, I can't make progress. The only way to make progress is this lovely possession exchange sacrifice.
Tough. Very, very tough. Okay, I suggest we actually keep on going. We will keep an eye out on this one, of course. But for the meantime, I think...
yeah, he doesn't seem to know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way how I look at his body language is not signaling that he's doing the Magnus kind of stuff,
No.
that pretending to repeat, but at the same time we know exactly. And Nepo has beaten Druska. A big win for Nepo because he's climbing back.
Yep.
4 out of 5. Fabi has already won his game. Matthias Bruwan has beaten Josefine Heinemann. Actually, Matthias is now 4.5. He's +4.
Yeah.
And look at this, how many white wins. But the new players, Pultinevicius and Lian Gavan, they're advancing. Very
Huge.
interesting.
Huge.
3 white wins. All right, so your choice, where you want to go.
Let's go and see Ralph Mamedov playing black against Yu Yang.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a... That was that crazy situation. What did he decided on? That's also very interesting. Did he... No, of course, Ralph will never go hunting an exchange that looks poisoned and giving up the soul of the position. So actually he played the move knight d4, but then he kind of reached some position which doesn't look so attractive. Or actually not so bad. The knight on h1 is still far away. So all this
D5.
happened.
Yep.
Some breaks. A very sharp position. Black has access to the e3 square. White is relying on some activity. Knight f5 jump in, f6, queen e7, an exchange sacrifice. No. Ralph says, no thank you, I'm not picking up the exchange. I want to maintain the control. This will be a draw. I think after the trade on e3, knight takes e3, d takes e3, some rook d1, rook e8, rook e2, or maybe rook g3. It somehow feels that this should not be enough for black to convert. It should be draw. In fact, I'm starting with rook g3, avoiding any kind of rook d4s. So the line that I'm highlighting is this. And after rook e8, I feel like I don't want to give rook d4 opportunity. I want to target this pawn immediately. If black pushes e2, thank you very much, then my king will be so much closer. I will picking it up. And after rook d7, I play now rook e2. And this can be even a little bit tricky. Yeah, then white plays c3, king c2, d4, king d3. Of course, black should hold, but if someone, then only white can be better. Very interesting. Okay, so basically, it's a kind of equalish position. And just to say that if Ralph wants to bail out, then probably has a bailout here with rook d4, with a timely rook d4, attacking the pawn. I don't know exactly if after rook e8, rook g3, but always this rook d4 will make sure that white will also not get too ambitious. Okay, so this is kind of drawish. Clock situation, 8 minutes versus 16. With 30 seconds increment, this is plenty of time to navigate. Another choice.
Okay, let's see.
Oh no, Aryan Chopra actually agreed to a draw by repetition against Hans Niemann.
Why?
I cannot believe this.
Why?
This is wrong.
No, this is really bad.
This is wrong.
You should never be making a draw there. I know he...
And Hans offers him, let's discuss, let's take a look. Well, of course, Hans will be very happily discussing this game after surviving it. Oh no.
No,
Oh
that's
It's not because of the result, just because of the fact that there was something in the position.
Yeah. All
right, so we move on. Where do we go? We have covered this, we have covered that. Parham Maxwell against Dimitri Kollars. Let's get an update there.
Okay.
Because we were very critical, then we have luckily not missed this moment when things have turned. And ever since, it seems like Parham is getting the upper hand. Still, the bishop on h3, but that bishop will come back to this beautiful diagonal. And that knight on e7 has nowhere to go. Of course, if the knight could jump to e3, it would be a different story. But d5 and f5 squares are taken away. White has already entered with the rook to f7, and it is also white to move. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good to Dimitri. But we are having Rasmus on our camera. This gives me the feeling that let's get to his game with Vincent Keymer. So we have seen it after the move c5. There had been a lot of developments. The current situation is a double rook endgame, knight versus knight. with a better pawn structure and more activity for black. So Vincent, in fact, captured on e2 at the right moment. Very interesting, because we have seen the position, so we understand after c5, Rasmus played the move rook gd1, and then Vincent, but it's very much in Magnus's style, goes g5, g3, takes on f4, takes, eliminates that knight on e2, takes cd, rook d4, rook g1 check, kind of invites, do you play, yeah, and that's a draw between Yuanji and Rauf Mamedov. Do you play king b2, do you play rook d1? You only have 7 minutes, sir, you have to decide, and no matter how you decide, you are in slightly uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, great.
Rasmus would love to be black here, and he is a player who played French a lot.
I remember when I first played Rasmus Svane in a Grandmaster tournament in Denmark. Aarhus. You know Aarhus?
R-H-U-S? Aarhus.
Aarhus, yeah.
Yes.
I think they pronounce it Aarhus.
Ah, okay.
I could be wrong. Played a young Rasmus. I think he beat me. No, maybe I beat him actually. Can't recall.
When was it?
Oh, a lifetime ago. He wasn't even.
Well, he made a move.
Yeah.
Why are we not getting
the reason
the
I was
move?
saying that is because it was a Caracal. That's the reason.
Ah, okay. But he played the move king b2. But for some reason we are not getting the move yet. There is some delay or technical issue. In any case, the move was king b2. White played the move king b2. Yeah, you don't want to move that rook from d4 because then black gets access to d4 and then activating the knight to f5 or d5. Who knows? Just in case. Definitely something to worry about. But d4 also comes at the cost of knight c4, knight d6, so you have to time it well. In any case, king b2 on the board. Let me put it on our analysis board. That's the live current position. King b2 happened. And now, how will Magnus, come on, Vincent, I'm also probably completely exhausted when I'm mixing up names like this. Big apologies, of course. Yeah, Vincent is fighting and thinking how to squeeze out something out of this, because the big question, do we try to kick this rook away? Do we worry about a move like c4 at some point, trying to break the structure? The knight on e3 is very well placed. It stops any kind of invasion along the g file. Yeah, the knight is covering that. The knight is also covering the f5 square. And that's why black is unable to get the desired knight f5 in. Why is black really better here? Yes, I understand that only black can be better, but is it really something that black can capitalize on? Lawrence, any feelings that...
Too difficult to say at this stage, I think.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Actually, okay, maybe let me cheat, because this is just really too sophisticated. That why on earth is computer thinking, and the computer thinks b5 and Vincent plays the move b5. I think b5 on the board. Vincent is also a computer playing like Magnus, yeah, and we don't know exactly what will happen, how to improve. Then just like Magnus, Vincent is also able to find those moves that improve the position, and they take away the idea of c4. Very nice little move, and putting the pressure, because these are the moves that as a defender you hate. There is no clarity, you don't know what to do, you have to burn time, and you don't have so much. Only 5 minutes left. Vincent doing the Magnus.
Yeah.
Improving, putting the pressure, keeping the tension, looking at Rasmus. How do you like it? And we know Rasmus himself being a fantastic strategist, a big maestro of this position. He would have played b5 himself, and he's fighting against his own beliefs.
But he's very resourceful, Rasmus. This much I know. He's very difficult to beat. He's very resourceful, and
well, he needs all his resourcefulness. He's down to 4 minutes 25 seconds in a position where yes, it's not that critical, but 1-2 slight inaccuracies, black gets everything, the maximum, and it will get overwhelming. For example, there is the question, maybe black already threatens with a strategical b5, b4 move, fixing white structure. Also slowly just bringing the king. Who knows? Especially once you put the pawn to b4 and the king marches all the way to c5, the d4 square is lost. Normally the knight belongs to d4, the blockade, the perfect blockade which Rasmus is unable to achieve. Vincent very happy. He gets a chance.
Vincent and Karlsruhe go hand in hand. This is, of course, the tournament where Vincent Keymer really made his bones. People knew about him. I remember seeing Vincent as a young guy playing in the open section, you know, doing what he's got to do. And then he had that breakthrough year where he won the open section. So there was the main event, the elite section with Magnus and the like. And then there was the open section. They were totally separate. And the winner of that gained entry to the elite section. This was about, what, 5 years ago? 6?
No, more.
More?
7. It was
7
in 2018. Vincent was just 13 years old. And in the very last round, he beat none other than Richard Rapport
I remember.
black.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, crazy. Of course, Richard wanted to win that game very much.
Of course.
But yeah, Vincent was very cool. He defended, he even refused the draw and went on to win. Yeah, c3 played, it's the best move according to the computer. c3, Rasmus is playing the best, but it does not change the character of the game that black is putting pressure, black has all kinds of ideas going knight c6 or rook dg8, for example, but in which order do you do those moves? It's a big question. There are arguments for both move orders.
Yeah.
I don't know if, please chat, someone inform us if there is something dramatic happening in other boards. We are very happy to switch.
Yes.
Because I'm the coach of Vincent. Of course, I'm very happy to watch Vincent's game, but I'm here to commentate. And if we have something more dramatic to commentate, then I'm very happy to move.
Well, we can actually see some head-to-head statistics there, actually. Vincent, 1 win to the good, 2 draws.
Well, actually, 1 win against Rasmus is already something. Yeah, that's a sensation because we know that Rasmus is hardly losing a game. And Vincent won that game, I think it was in the German Masters Magdeburg 2022, right after the Chennai Olympiad. He managed to crush Rasmus in a very good game with white. And there we see Aryan Chopra draw against Hans Niemann. The result itself is good, it's normal, but not from that position. No. From that overwhelming position, he should have achieved much, much more. Hans is very relieved, will have a lovely evening and be ready with the white pieces in the next round. Yuanji, Mamedov, that was a very big battle, it ended in a draw. And Vincent is trying to grind something out. Okay, let me find another game. What else do we have? Draws, we already finished. Parham is putting pressure. What about Frederick against Badur Jobava?
Oh, yeah. Let's go straight there.
But this is this strategical grind that we talked about that might feature 100 moves.
Easily.
Because Badur has set up that knight to e6. Lovely knight. There is this weakness on d4, which of course white can always take care of with c3, but then he loses the potential of going after the weakness on a5. So he's trying to, his last move was rook d3, setting up the idea of going bishop d2 after the pawn. He sacrificed the pawn himself on f3. This is kind of strategical position, but at the same time dramatic. So after the move rook takes f3, we are expecting the move bishop d2.
No queen e1?
Or queen e1. That's another. Yeah, queen e1 with the idea queen a5. It's possible, but what about bishop d2? That was my kind of feeling that maybe bishop d2, it's no, also because I was shocked. We never go pawn hunting like this for destroying our pawn structure. This cannot be. But then, what is the idea behind rook d3, fg8g? Just a positional pawn sacrifice? Oh no!
What?
Of course, Frederick is a tactician. There is queen g4 and bishop takes c5. A stunning idea.
Wow.
Queen g4, hitting the rook. You fall back to f7, seemingly everything is protected, and boom, bishop takes c5.
Wow. What a spot.
This is, and after dc, rook takes d8, there is a pin. That's why black is unable to capture back with the knight. Yes, thank you very much. Luckily, I got back to life. For a second, I was also kind of, what is this? But yeah, luckily, we discovered. And now Jobava has to discover to his horror that if he's unable to capture on f3, then white is actually going queen g4 anyway, setting up this threat. And there is pin along the d file, and the pawn on a5 is weak. Frederick senses it. Look at this. He's moving on his chair.
That's an interesting, when you see the body language of somebody, when
Exactly.
they start to lean in, they readjust themselves on the chair and lean in, it means they're getting excited and optimistic about their position. And Badr Jobava looks like he's been in a street brawl. Badr is he's not having fun here.
No, definitely not. Yeah, he sees that actually his king will have to move from c8. He has to get out of this diagonal as quickly as possible somehow, but he has to watch out not to get overloaded, because he doesn't want to play the move knight d4 for some reason. He's afraid that then white will be able to break the construction. But this is a move that is very much in the air. Knight d4. How to react with white against that move? I'm not sure, but yeah, he has to decide. 12 minutes on the clock for each player. It's move 34, almost all pieces on the board. It feels like at least, two pair of minor pieces had been traded off. But there is so much action, so much tension here.
And the Stockfish evaluation chart gives it zeros. There you go.
Zeros?
Well, I mean, it's been saying that the game has been only ever slightly better for
and he plays bishop e7. He protects the rook like this. Wow, what the nerves of steel. Bishop e7, because it means that after queen g4, he's planning to play queen d7. He's stepping into the pin, but the pin is not an issue once you unpin yourself from the other pin. So it's extremely instructive that Badr Jobava is having the nerves to find a move like bishop e7. I find it very impressive. Also just reminds white that, you know what, you also have a weakness on g5, my friend. The pawn on f3 at the moment is not hanging due to tactics, but at some moment it might in the long run. Very interesting battle.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Move. Let's move to because this is a
Let's
very
go back to
interesting
Magnus.
position.
Let's see.
But yeah, Magnus. Okay, this is over. This is clearly over. Ever since we noticed that White's king can just move away, so let's even catch up with the last couple of moves. So after the move c5, there was no way for Black to do something, so he went pawn hunting with rook h2. Magnus captured on b7, rook d2, rook c7, rook c2, king b3, h6 on the board. Magnus with 24 minutes, he knows he's completely winning. He just needs to watch out for rook b2. No, I wanted to highlight that rook c2 and then some rook b4, but that can be met by king d3, then there is no intrigue here. What did he do? We are not getting the moves. Unfortunately, some technical issue. We have to look at, maybe we can zoom in on the camera.
Yeah, let's zoom in.
Let's zoom in so that we can get a feeling what happened, where we are trying to guess. The body language signals that whatever happened, Magnus is very happy about.
Correct.
And wait a second. The queen, where is the queen? It disappeared? The white queen, I don't see the queen. But
how could it have disappeared?
Well, some rook takes c6 and then some rook takes c6 and...
No.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
I'm waiting.
Ah, wow! Could it be that I believe that this is what happened. Could it be that Magnus played like this, and after king f7 he's planning to take on g6 and queen the pawn?
Yes.
But you are completely winning. Why do you do this?
Because it's straightforward. It's forcing.
Well, is it forcing? Well, we are actually just assuming how I just wanted to reconstruct, because the position that we are seeing is something like this after rook e6. But the knight can move. The knight can move to f8, then rook e7, and then c6, c7. Yeah, knight f8 is on the board. Actually, this is what happens. So Magnus is relying on... No, he just picks up the pawn. All right, I just pick up the pawn. Actually, knight d7 runs into c6, knight e5, c7. He's playing for the galleries. He's enjoying himself. My friend, you sacrificed the queen against me. No, this doesn't work. Rook b2 check.
No, and you can fall for that if you're
Rook
not
b2
alert.
check.
You can
Yes,
fall for that.
exactly. Be careful. It's not over yet. We are not getting the moves. The players... Yeah, the players just played too quickly. Something happened. Okay, let me get the position. So knight f8, rook takes e5, king f7 was played. Magnus played the move c6. What else do we see? Knight e6, rook takes a5. Is this the position?
Clean up job.
Magnus, how many pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 4 pawns. Plus the pawns are rolling. Wow. What do you have to say, Lawrence? What a way of treating this position by Magnus. King e7, he's having fun. King e7 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is enjoying himself here. And
oops, I always make this mistake.
But he got very lucky to...
Okay, how do I... yes, okay, I have the... Yes, king e7, this is the current position. He played rook d5, of course, yeah.
Beautiful.
We were expecting the move, cutting off the king. And white is also setting up a5, so black will play rook e1, trying to get behind that pawn. We are kind of expecting also somewhere some rook d7 check, king c4, king d5. Total domination, kicking that knight away from e6.
All right. So have we got any... Look, because we're pretty much in time scramble territory. At least some players will be down to their last seconds. Have we had any results since we last looked?
Well, we don't know exactly. Let's take a look. Well, nothing new. However, definitely on other boards should be some update. But also looking at the computer's evaluation, I don't see anything very dramatic yet. Parham is better, but Dimitri is, according to the computer, fighting back. It's not that one-sided. The game between Mendonca and Sarana has some technical issue, unfortunately, just like in the game between Magnus and Viktor Mikhalevski. But luckily, we know exactly that this is the position, and it looks winning. By now, maybe everything is fine. Let me try to update. Yes, it is fine. Rook e3, rook d7 check. No surprises there. In fact, Magnus even had the king on c4. So rook b2 check. That's why that the queen got trapped, but Magnus was planning to sacrifice the queen anyway. That's how we reach this position. And with king on c4, the endgame that we talked about is even better.
Even better. And now you can just run the a pawn, right?
Yeah, this is... Okay, basically you do whatever you want. King d5, a5. Black is hopelessly lost.
Yeah, because at the end there's a rook b7. So something like, a5.
This line, yes?
Yeah, so a5, rook e1, a6.
and then you're gonna finish it off with this.
Correct.
But I also wouldn't be surprised if Magnus just plays the move King d5. It's also so tempting, going after the knight. But okay, if you can push a5, actually a5, rook e1, King d5 maybe is the absolute most clinical. Yeah, he just pushes a5. Why not push the pawn? Make that pawn a hero, and we are getting more results. Aravind Grigoryan, Sergei Grigoryan held Aravind Jithamran to a draw. Piorun held Aronyan to a draw. We don't know exactly, maybe according to the game, the result or the position actually had different character, but based on the ratings, that's how we feel about. And that's not a good news for Aravind or Aronyan, because they already lost 1.5 points.
That's right.
They are 1.5 points behind the leader, Magnus Carlsen, who will win this game. I think that we are not exaggerating by claiming that this is a win for Magnus. He will be 5 out of 5. We had some technical issue on the Mendonca game between Sarana, so I don't know what's the state there. But let's stick with Magnus for a moment, because resignation can come any second. And we have great news. The Sarana game actually works. So once we see the finish of this game, we will move on to that game instantly.
Perfect.
But it just feels like, Mikhalevski is down to 40 seconds. The position is falling apart. He's facing Magnus Carlsen. He knows that there is no hope.
Yeah.
Just we know we have been there. It's also very difficult to give up, right?
Yeah.
Because as long as you play, he captured an f3, he eliminates that pawn. Magnus will push the a pawn. It does not change anything. The pawn is moving to a7 and rook b7, rook b8. Just as you indicated, Lawrence wins the game.
Magnus Carlsen, looking good. Looking, but he's going to get some stiff opposition as of tomorrow, I can tell you that. Tomorrow's going to be a tough day, because even some of the guys who faltered early on yesterday, the likes of Jan, Fabi, and then you've got this whole massive group on 3.5, they're going to be lurking tomorrow. So I think that the pairings are going to be very, very interesting as well.
Very interesting. Yeah, down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Knight d8 is played, but okay, what is knight d8? This is...
Well,
this equals couple rook takes d8.
Yeah,
and Magnus will play the move rook d8 and a7. Thank you very much. I can finish the game in style.
Yeah.
Rook takes d8, king takes d8, a7. It's so pleasing to finish this wonderful game like this. How many sacrifices we have witnessed in this game, by the way? A lot.
There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
Victor will hand. Yep, that's enough.
And the handshake. A big win for Magnus. And Mikhalevski is saying that I completely missed c5.
Yeah. Big win for Magnus in a position where he should have been tested more, and that is about as free a point as you'll get, because
and he says, we can see on his expression that it was not clear. I wasn't so sure what it is, but that's the point with this rook ac, knight b3. He disbalanced Mikhalevski, and Victor kind of felt like I need to find a special solution somehow, and then he got carried away finding this absolute beauty, this stunner, but it was not working due to c5, c4, king c3. Wow, a big win for Magnus, but this gives us the chance to move on. What about Mendonca against Sarana?
Well,
Pawn up.
Not the sort of position I think we should spend a lot of time on, especially if there's a trade of knights, because
we just have to see the clock situation. The clock situation is 9.5 minutes for Sarana and 2.5 minutes for Mendonca. But after knight e2, queen e2, actually the clock will not matter at all.
No.
White will try to stabilize with h3. The big question is, will black play the move h3?
I like it.
Yeah, it's a very tricky kind of situation. We are expecting a draw here.
Definitely.
Definitely a draw, which will mean that only Magnus Carlsen will have 5 out of 5, and he will get an opponent from the 4.5 section. Yeah. And usually, what is the method? Does he get the highest rated player or the lowest rated? I'm never 100% sure. Yeah, it's kind of a very strange kind of rule, because sometimes we are getting some strange pairings in such situations. But okay, yeah, all eyes right now on Sarana. How will he react? Well, trading knights makes so much sense, yeah, that ever you get a 3 versus 2 construction, you don't want to have with the knights, yeah, if it gets to an endgame. Rook knight versus rook knight 3 versus 2 is a nightmare.
It is.
It's not necessarily lost, but practically often players lose it because very difficult to defend. So the question is that does he see some, for example, knight d3, incredible idea with queen takes f2, queen f1, but it's not mate. White has knight g1 at the end. Let's just show this beautiful tactical idea that if knight d3 with the idea queen takes d3, queen takes f2, check, king h1, black follows in the spirit with queen f1, rook f1, rook f1. It's not mate because white can intercept the check with knight g1 winning. So this is a construction that gives white the safety. And that's why we kind of believe that black shouldn't be going for tactical motives.
Mm-hmm. All right, so.
But Alexei is thinking, yeah. You want to move or?
I think there are probably more exciting positions
yes,
than this.
Let's go. But okay, Vincent's position is also not that exciting.
No.
Let's get an update, however, because 2 minutes 40 seconds for Rasmus, and there are some developments.
Definitely.
Vincent is trying to break through, but White is holding on. What happened after rook e4? We saw, yeah, Vincent played rook h1, playing against that pawn. 7 minutes versus 2. Well, the rook endgame can be tricky.
Yes.
It feels dead draw, but it's not. It should be a draw, but it's not a dead draw, unless White pushes some f5 timely and gets counterplay. So it's very tempting to try to eliminate knight d4, rook d4, rook d4, rook d4, rook takes h2, check, go king b3, and against a move like h5, maybe a timely f5, with the idea e takes f5, rook f4, and we are breaking a construction, and that should be easily drawable. But after f5, there is rook e2, and then after rook takes e5, black will protect both his pawns. Yeah, so White has to decide, and he goes king a3. He says, you know what, I want to sidestep, but this is a bit strange. And Vincent is surprised. He has some d3 dynamic ideas.
Yes.
And then some knight e3, knight b4. This is also knight e3 runs into rook e1 pin. Wait a second. So what is? So Rasmus wants to go d3 knight e1, but then knight b4. At least, and then rely on king a4 a3. Then there is knight takes a2 idea after king a4. With little time on the clock, I would have preferred White just to liquidate into that rook endgame. And we see Vincent very excited. He feels that this is a chance. He is given a chance.
Sometimes all you need is one chance.
I'm pretty positive. Also, looking at Vincent's body language, I know him. He is excited. He's looking for some. Wait a second. Why can't I play d3? The reason why he's not blitzing it out because he still has 6 minutes on the clock. But clearly he's looking in this direction.
Yeah.
Is d3 rook e1 a move? Is that the stunning defense that Rasmus is relying? Because after d takes c2, there is rook takes c8, rook takes d8, check. And yes, and then rook takes h1 protects the square, and then one needs to, there is probably a draw agreed in the Mendonca Sarana game. Wow, so d3 rook e1, that is the defense he's trying to rely on. D3, rook e1.
DC2, rook h1. No. Yeah.
What a move. But then what is black supposed to do?
Well, because the pawn's hanging, right?
The pawn is kind of, okay, h2, but it's not, yeah, it's not a check. Because I don't think like king c7 does so much.
No, you run into a check. Knight takes d4, knight b5.
Yeah, well, knight d4 I would have anyway taken everything and played rook h2, but this is too drawish.
Yeah, it's very drawish.
This is too drawish. I can't believe Rasmus thinking that there is a problem. Okay, and dc on the board. Dc on the board, rook e1. So what is the stunner? Because Vincent had been looking at this. We're also shocked because rook e1 takes, then maybe just rook d4 and try to put pressure like this.
Yes, I like it.
That is the way. Yeah, rook e1 takes, rook d4, because knight takes this runs into knight b4. Wow, I have to show this. Yeah, rook e1, and there is the nervousness. Rasmus goes knight e1, but knight e1 is a horrible kind of defense, because black has all kinds of dynamic ideas. Yeah. The knight can jump to b4. That was the move that we talked about, with all these knight takes a2 ideas against king a4. Somewhere even this rook takes h2, d2 can be very unpleasant. For example, also with the knight on b4, but knight b4, king b3, there is also idea like knight a6, knight c5 regrouping. It just feels very shaky for white. Very shaky.
Mm-hmm. Yep, don't love it at all.
2 minutes on the clock for Rasmus, but with 30 seconds, so Vincent has to play the possession.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a typical mistake that amateur players do. They see their opponent with 2 minutes left or 1 minute left, and they just play any move because they just think, well, he's not going to be able to think and I'm going to win on time. No, it doesn't work like that, especially with an increment. You absolutely have to treat every position as if your opponent had an hour, because the moment they choose the right first move, they get 30 seconds. And then if the sequence of moves is pretty straightforward, then you're just going to gift your opponent loads of time, and then he's going to work out that what you're doing is probably suboptimal. So
exactly. Wow, we have the bird's eye view. Lovely.
Look at that. Beautiful. About time.
Yes, fantastic. Yeah, so Vincent's game in progress. The computer evaluates it like -1. So apparently there are all kinds of tactical motives in the position, just as we felt. Mamedov game ending a draw. Everything finished. Max Todlu putting pressure against Dimitri Kollars.
Look at the...
it looks bad.
Mr. Svane, not Rasmus, but...
Wow, Jobava is winning.
Apparently Jobava is winning. Well,
Jobava
he's a piece
is
up.
winning, yes. And I don't see queen b6 can always be met by queen d7, covering everything. So Jobava being Jobava, he can never be ruled out. And Bluebaum beat Josefine. We talked about this already. So all eyes on Vincent. He's also now down to 2 minutes 45 seconds. Time scramble guaranteed. And Vincent just takes rook takes h2. Yeah, the motive we talked about. Rook h2, d2, rook d2, and there is some huge coordination issue for white. That knight on e1 is kind of trapped. The knight cannot be activated to f3 because of rook d3 check. Yeah, if this happens. Wow.
Crazy.
And according to computer, it was probably one of the moves. We don't know if it was the only move.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, rook h2 happened. Yeah, and Rasmus takes d2. The pawn will be captured. Rook d2 will happen. And this is the position where I said that the white knight is kind of stuck. White can never play knight f3 due to rook d3 check. And white is in some kind of a box. We are expecting the move king b3. Yeah, trying to put the pawn, for example, to a3 to get some stability, but...
You just start running, I think, h5.
Well, wait a second. There is also king b3, rook e2, devilish idea. Rook e2, knight d4 check. And then, oops, be careful, not that you lose all the, and the h-pawn is there as well. At least one has to watch out. We are not using engine. I just spotted this idea just like this, so I can't evaluate it, but one has to keep an eye. Oops, this is not what we want, but we get the update. Okay, if this is what is needed to get everything under control, then we agree. So just watch out. King b3, also rook e2 is there as a move. A horror for Rasmus because he sees this idea, of course. Otherwise, it's so tempting to play king b3. And yeah, Vincent senses that he has this outside passer and the lovely control. And the point is that White's pieces are horribly stuck. They can't be mobilized.
Awful position.
What does the computer tell us? What are the odds?
The computer says very simply that the odds of a Keymer win are approaching 50%. The odds of a draw are approaching 48%. It's basically saying that Svane wins this one time in 100.
Of course, okay, that is true. And Frederick has just resigned.
Yes, he'll be very disappointed.
Yes, of course, he was putting pressure. He felt like he's the hunter throughout the game. But Jobava is doing this incredible kind of feat that he's provoking his opponent.
Yes.
Yeah, also. But still having everything, it's a true art. But yeah, now all eyes on Vincent against Rasmus. Rasmus plays the move rook e3. So he's actually agreeing to the move rook d4, which is very tempting. If you eliminate the f4 pawn, then the e5 pawn will be vulnerable. What is he up to? And is Vincent at all going pawn hunting? It's not really about the pawn, but the rook on e4 was protecting the weakness on f4. And if the f4 pawn falls, then one has the feeling that White's construction is too shaky.
Okay.
Vincent, 4 minutes versus 124. It would be so important for him to win the game, to move to 4.5 out of 5. Especially because Magnus is leading 5 out of 5, and Magnus wants to collect as many Grand Slam points as possible, and Vincent is just 3 points behind. He has to keep the pace. So rook d4 on the board, just as expected. The f4 pawn is the key. Also c4 pawn, because then we get access to the d5 square as well for the knight. Knight d3 played. So Rasmus hangs on to his f4 pawn, but after rook c4, that knight can be transferred to d5.
Yeah, it's
very difficult.
It's no fun.
Yeah, I will also turn on engine just to get a feeling how bad is this for White, because we think that it's bad. Ah no, this is actually stuck.
Yeah,
the engine is stuck. Fantastic. Okay, lovely. This is the best thing that can happen to us, but at least we know that we cannot turn on, and I'm already very happy. Fantastic. Okay, so knight d3. I always love to see over the board, and we zoomed in. I'm pretty sure that Vincent captured the pawn on c4. Yeah, king b3 played, and rook d4. Back to d4. The computer doesn't like it. Computer says that now White is stabilizing, but how? Is king c3 the move to stop knight e7, stop the black knight? Yeah, king c3 on the board. And because the knight on d6 cements the f4 pawn, if White will get chance to go rook h3, then he saves the game. I'm not sure that Vincent is happy about this development. Not sure at all. And after rook a4, there is king b3. White can just hunt the rook.
Yeah, this might have been a bit of a lazy move, rook d4 somehow.
Yeah, but the rook was trapped on c4. After rook c4, king b3, there was no other move.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot it was totally trapped.
Yes,
Yeah.
so basically this rook d4, which looks so natural and so tempting, going after both pawns, might have been a mistake. Because after knight d3, at least humanly speaking, rook takes c4 was almost automatic. And now king b3, rook d4, king c3. We have to give tremendous credit for Rasmus, not losing his head with little time on the clock, but finding this construction to get harmony. And Vincent very upset and very nervous. He feels like it looks so good, so promising, and all of a sudden white stabilized.
Yeah. Rasmus could hold this.
Could hold, yeah. He's just one move away, going rook h3.
Yeah, and look at the drawing chances on the graph.
Of course.
Just shot up there, the neural network system.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that if black goes with rook d8, rook h8 protecting the pawn, then suddenly white's knight will activate itself. Knight c5, knight if also white can maybe just lock the position down with rook, but rook h6, knight e7. So that's why I'm kind of counting on this knight c5, knight e4 regroupment. If there is nothing better, Vincent will have to go for this. At least keep that h pawn.
All right, we're getting down to really the blitz finish now.
We have one more result, Pranesh Tabatabai end in a draw as well. That's something we didn't know before. And looking at the body language, Dimitri lost to Parham.
Yes.
Parham, the magician, no matter how strange he plays, he gets a chance and he uses it. Yeah, rook d8 played by Vincent with 125 seconds on the clock. It's actually now Rasmus is up on the clock. All of a sudden, Vincent had to convince himself he hated to go passive, but there was no other chance to keep the game going. And it's not really about holding on he wants to give time for his knight to suddenly appear somewhere where it can support or create trouble against the f4 pawn or support the h7 pawn. So rook h3 played. Obviously rook h3 played, rook h8 blitzed out. The 30 seconds has to be taken as quickly as possible. You don't want to lose any seconds. And the result, Yesipenko beat Wagner. The reason I don't know which were Dinara or Dennis.
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is a couple, and we also know that Dinara is playing extremely good chess. So we are not sure. But in any case, Yesipenko, after not being able to grind down Cristofelio, he finishes the second game on a high note. Knight c5, of course. The knight needs to be activated. Knight e4, knight d6, going after the f7 pawn. It's not only the f7 pawn. If the rook has to move, then white will also be able to collect the h7 pawn.
Yeah. Or Vincent is going to feel so upset if he doesn't win this. And he already looks kind of resigned that he's blown it, you know. He looks I mean, and the stats show it. You just have to see the graph there. The graph now gives it a 95% chance that this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, 97 played, king c4.
Nice move.
Nice move.
Knight d5, f5 is the idea.
Knight d5, f5 is an idea. Also, rook a3 somewhere, because after rook takes a5, black's king will be in a danger.
But then h5, h4.
Yes, it's tricky, but the king has some problems.
That's true. No, he's sick. I wonder if Rasmus is thinking, I could actually swindle this guy here. I could get the whole point. I could steal a whole point here.
Because Vincent is fighting so much for win. Yeah, he's only thinking about winning. Yes.
Yeah, and he's under a minute. You know, blunders happen.
Yeah, and white has stability. White has activity.
Knight g6, maybe.
Yeah, but knight g6, there's this rook a3 business. Knight takes f4, rook takes a5, and my king is in trouble. Black's king in trouble.
King b8, it's probably a draw.
Yeah, of course, okay, for draw, but yeah, it's not really a winning attempt.
Yeah, it's not.
Vincent going down to 35 seconds.
Wow, he'll be sick if he loses this. Vincent Keymer. the German hope with the German prince, Rasmus Svane. They were part of the princes.
Yes, they were
The
part
five
of
of
the
them.
prince group. Yeah, h5 played. Vincent wants to keep his winning chances alive by pushing the pawn. He wants to get that pawn to h4, get the knight on f5, giving up the f7 pawn. He doesn't care about this. And also puts the pressure on Rasmus that in which direction does he go? One feels that rook a3 against h5 is not the right direction, but knight e4 going pawn hunting against the f7 pawn also doesn't feel exactly enough. Then h4, knight f5, and suddenly black's rook is free. This was a lovely kind of regroupment from Vincent.
All right. Let's see. They are really, I mean, minute 43. With the 30 seconds increment, though, it is a long time.
Yes, it's not the usual blitz,
No.
that they only have 2 seconds or 10 seconds because it's rapid. No, it's a classical game with a 30 seconds increment, but of course the tension is very high. We can see that both players are very nervous.
Exactly.
They feel the tension. But now after h5, it is Rasmus to make a very tough decision.
Very tough. 1 minute 16.
Yeah, and
Not
he's very
easy.
nervous, yes.
Yeah, and the nerves, you can see it.
He knows the problems.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, knight e4, but he was not happy playing this move. He wanted to find a better move, but he was unable to find, and he finally settles on knight e4. Going after the pawn with knight d6. I'm expecting the move h4 here. Pardon me, I mean knight f5, because knight d6 I'm not worried of. Knight e4, knight f5, and if knight g5, then h4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and knight takes f7, then the rook is opened, but there is knight d6 forking issue. So yeah, Vincent goes knight g6.
Wow.
What a surprise. Again, we don't get the moves. It drives me crazy, so I have to make the moves myself. h5, knight e4, knight g6 on the board. Yes, h5, knight e4, knight g6.
Mm-hmm.
What was the move? Which hand
Not sure.
movement?
Wrong camera angle.
Knight d6 check, okay. King d7 or king c7?
Probably makes a difference.
It makes a difference,
Yeah.
but do you see it? Is it on the lights? Yeah, it's on.
Can you play like this?
Yeah, king d7.
Let's say king d7. How ridiculous is the move king c5 here? With, or rather,
to try to get this rook b3, rook b7.
Correct.
Yes, I was with you. I was thinking about this because going pawn hunting on f7, I intuitively don't dislike, because then black gets active. Maybe it's possible, and you are suggesting king c5 in order to take away the c6 square, and then go for rook b3, rook b7 activity. A very interesting idea. It was also the idea that I was most afraid of from black's perspective, but Rasmus's clock is ticking down. Forget about the 0-0. Clearly it's not the case. There's a technical issue. Can we zoom in? Yes, Vincent is 1-0-2, and well, the clock is ticking. White's king is on the way. We can't see it. And he goes for it.
Wow.
With 10 seconds on the clock. Now he's back to 40 seconds. He plays the move king c5. Your move, Lawrence.
Yeah.
The good move.
Correct move. You've got to be proactive in endings like this. You absolutely must be proactive.
And rook b3, rook b7 check is the idea.
Correct.
Coming from the other angle. Vincent is very unhappy.
Very unhappy. 42 seconds, nothing is clear. He's probably saying, how did this become such a mess? How did this become such a mess? And now he's really unhappy, right? Because he can't see.
I'm thinking about h4, rook b3, king e7, rook b7, king f8, giving up the f7 pawn and then running away. Is that an option?
Yes.
But he made a move.
What did he do?
A4, A4, brilliant move, taking away the B3 square.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But do we have time for this? The tension is unbearable.
This is what I thought he would play. Okay, so
knight takes F7, rook F8.
But now knight G5.
Knight's very drawish.
Yeah, knight G5.
Because also there will be rook D3 check at some moment, yeah?
Or maybe even now.
Depending on the situation with which piece you take. But yeah, we have to wait. Yeah, knight D6 played. Knight jumps back to D6. The computer hates it. And Vincent is looking like, wait a second, I have a chance. Knight takes F4. Hitting the rook. Now computer is happy again for white. What on earth is happening here? It's crazy. And Vincent is shaking his head.
He's going rook G3, rook G7 check, trust me.
He blundered. Vincent blundered the move rook G3. He cannot believe.
Yeah. Rook G3, rook G7.
Because he was thinking about, yeah, I'm covering the B3 square. There is no anti-square. And then suddenly rook G3, rook G7.
You can lose.
Yeah, because then king C6 is checkmate.
King C6 is mate. So you have to go knight D5,
knight D5
G5
to
and
have
knight E7.
Yes.
And there you just hang on. Rook H7 and you have to find knight D5.
Yeah, there was so much tension here. Probably H4 was a strong move. Boxing in white's rook. Yeah, Vincent just got too excited. He blitzed out knight F4, completely missing rook G3, rook G7 idea. Now he needs to play knight D5. He needs to bring the knight back in order to be able to guard his king. But then he's giving up also on any hope of winning the game. That's why it's so difficult. And now we see Rasmus with 1 minute 7 seconds on the clock. Knight D5 played. Vincent cannot believe it. Vincent just cannot believe it. He had a chance. Exactly when he got a chance with H4.
Chess is a cruel game. You can grind away, as we've said this every single day. You can grind away for 4, 5, 6 hours, get this beautiful position, be proud of your work, and it just takes one moment of madness to undo all the good work. Rook G7, knight
exactly.
E7 played.
Rook G7, knight E7 on the board. We will see the move rook H7, yeah, going after the...
Yeah, they're going to shake hands soon, these guys, I feel.
H5 pawn.
Maybe not. I don't know. Is he going to go rook F2? He is, right?
Well, or is Rasmus maybe feeling like, wait a second, maybe I can play knight E4, knight F6. Can I try to play on my opponent's nerve?
I love it.
Knight E4, knight F6 is much more unpleasant.
It looks winning.
And he's about to make it, knight E4.
No. This is terrible for Vincent.
But there is rook C8 check. He can kick the king away, but still king B6, rook B8 check. Yeah, the king has to be kicked away. But it's scary. Yeah, as a coach, I feel like I would now enter and stop the clock. Yeah, enough excitement, draw is fine. But this is illegal, of course, and rightly so. Trainers and commentators have to stay out of the business. Just do their job, commentate. Knight E4 on the board, nerve-wracking moment.
Yeah, this is nerves now. But yeah, rook C8 check is very findable.
Suddenly Vincent has to watch out.
Yes.
How do you deal with this situation psychologically? Super tough. Crazy construction. Okay, rook C8 check will have to be given. We believe
there's no other
at
move.
least, yeah, we believe, yeah. We turn on the engine. Yes, rook C8 is the move, just as we saw. Already my nerves couldn't hold on without the engine's confirmation that yes, rook C8 check is still okay.
King B5.
King B5.
Makes total sense. Yeah, because now you have to deal with knight c5, e6.
Yeah, okay, now he can, however, already play rook h8. But knight f6 check, king d8, then you have to deal with king c, but there is no king d6 because of knight f5, so maybe the h-pawn is already fast enough. So maybe black can also afford to play rook h8, but it's nerve-wracking. You want to stay active. He goes rook c2. Exactly, this is a much more natural move. Rook c2 played. And yeah, look at the disappointment. Vincent thinks like, I was dominating white's pieces. How did they get so active? And one has to give credit to Rasmus. What a defense. Starting with this rook e3, knight d3, giving up the pawn. Very impressive. He's a fantastic endgame player.
Fantastic. So hard to beat. I said that at the beginning today. He's so hard to beat. Even the top players in the world, they have such a difficult time. He really does lose very little. He might not win a huge amount, but he loses very little.
Yeah, and there is a shake hands, draw agreed, enough excitement, so I did not have to interfere. And look at the disappointment on Vincent's face, that he knows there was something in the air. It was something in the air. Disappointment, big relief for Rasmus. Making a draw in a difficult position on the stage, I think it will mean him a lot. At the same time, very big miss from Vincent's side. Making a draw and being in the pack of like hundreds of brilliant players, so moving to +4, 4.5 makes such a big difference.
Really does, yeah. Huge difference. He'll be very disappointed with that one, but that is the life we chose here as chess players. Well, Peter, a lot of the results have come in. No monster shocks.
Exactly. We have seen basically every result. We also know that Barham won because Dmitry resigned. We have seen that. Yeah, the only result that is missing, we know that it was a 1-0. We have seen it on the body language of Dmitry that he was very upset. And that means that Barham also moves to 3.5. And Jobava moves to 3.5. So many players are moving to 3.5.
And I believe actually...
I mean, sorry, 4.5.
Yeah.
Pardon me, 4.5. Now it's already the 5th round finished.
But listen to this. I believe there are only 3 players on maximum points, and 2 of them are from the Grenke Open. Is that true?
No, I think it's only Magnus.
Only Magnus now?
Yeah, because,
they both dropped a draw, did they?
Well, I don't know, but or the rules said that you cannot, because otherwise how is Pultinevicius playing on the 6th board if he had 4 points?
True.
It would be impossible, yes? So we are showing that both him and Liang Gavander are now standing on 4.5.
Yes.
We need to get some confirmation on this, but I believe so. Otherwise, nothing makes sense.
Yes.
And this means that Magnus Carlsen is leading alone. 5 out of 5. Magnus Carlsen.
And that means that fate is in his own hands. His own destiny in this tournament now is in his hands. He's leading alone.
But wait a sec. Can we get one more time the results? Because then we can maybe calculate out the... Yes, so Magnus is 5 out of 5. Then we have Mendonca, Sarana 4.5, 4.5 because they were on 4 points. Niemann, Keymer's group is out. Mamedov's group is out. Then Pultinevicius is on 4.5. Liang Gavander 4.5. Parham Maxwell 4.5. Badul Jobava 4.5. Matthias Blubaum 4.5. How many players are on 4.5?
A lot.
It's crazy.
And there'll be a lot more as well because there's a list of players as well on 3.5. So we're going to figure that out tomorrow. This is what I'm expecting tomorrow. Pairings haven't been made yet. Jobava, Carlsen, board 1, the colours match up as well.
I would love it. Jobava with white against Magnus Carlsen. We cannot ask for a better pairing.
Beautiful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, that's going to wrap things up for today. Thank you so much for joining us from, the morning time. If you've watched both rounds today, it's been a long day. And we've seen some fantastic chess. But as the old saying goes, nothing ever changes. Magnus Carlsen at the top of the tree once again. How many times have we said that? On 5 out of 5. He's on a perfect score, and he's determined to win this tournament. Who is going to stop him? Who is going to stop him? Somebody has got to find a way. Is it even possible? Is he superhuman? Who knows? We're going to find out tomorrow, however, if he's going to encounter a few more problems than he did today. Today was, for him, first round against Etienne, and the round this afternoon, I think he got let off the hook. He could have been...
exactly, both times.
Both times. He could have been tested a lot more. So he's had a pretty smooth day as Magnus. I think tomorrow will be a bit bumpier. Join us, 10 o'clock Central European Time, for round number 6. And we will have the pairings for you ready just before the round. But for now, from me, from Peter, and from the rest of the team here, we're going to bid you a very good night. See you for Easter Sunday action tomorrow. Take care.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?